For those for those who are waiting, my apologies that we're running a little behind. We had a little extended closed session, but we will be starting the meeting in just a minute or two. Okay, looks like we've got all of our counselors here. First, we need to officially come out of closed session.
All right, let me read us back in. I move that the city council members certify by recorded vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, would you take the vote?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. So we will, well, now we've established that we have a quorum. We'll begin the business meeting. Let's start with a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Counselors, are there any announcements before we get started on the rest of the agenda?
I have one, Mayor Snook. The Human Rights Commission would like to hear from the public on emergency housing access and the quality of affordable public and subsidized housing. They will be holding a town hall meeting via Zoom on Thursday, March 24th at 6:30 p.m. and are looking to hear from the public again about the issues of emergency housing and the quality of affordable public and subsidized housing. And you can find a meeting link for that or register for it if you Google Charlottesville Zoom and go to that webpage.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Any items for recognition? Proclamations? I think we shot our wad on proclamations last month.
Yeah.
Is there a motion for appointments to boards and commissions?
Mayor Snook, I would like to move to appoint the following people to the following boards and commissions. Charlottesville Economic Development Authority, Denise Herndon. Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing. Are we doing that one now?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority Board, Judy Sandridge. Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee, Ethan Heel, Gregory Weaver. Historic Resources Committee, John Mason. Jefferson Area Board for Aging Advisory Council, LD Perry, Christina Reese. Jefferson Area Board for Aging Board of Directors, Richard Brew, John Dirth, Elaine Phillips. Personnel Appeals Board, Robert Black. Social Services Advisory Board, Sarah Flores, Patricia Jones Turner. Tree Commission, Donna Shaughnessy, Makshaya Tolbert, Tim Padalino, and Holly Lafferty. Charlottesville Youth Council, Jasmine Carter Page, Aya Fagans, Gloria Gay, Sadia Hamilton, London Pryor Williams, Rachel Rugamayo, Roman Sims, Azar Saeed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we have a vote, Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Waite,
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. Ms. Thomas, will you read the consent agenda, please?
consent agenda, item number 2, minutes, February 3rd, budget work session, February 7th, and February 22nd meetings. Number 3, resolution appropriating funds for the Seville Plans Together Comp Plan project from the small area plans account within the city's capital projects fund, $188,810, second reading. 4, resolution appropriating funds from the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation to Charlottesville Area Transit, $980,599, second reading. 5, resolution approving appropriation of the Annie E. Casey Foundation Family Engagement Support Stipend Grant, $15,000, first of 2 readings. 6, resolution approving an appropriation for COVID homelessness emergency response program funding, CHIRP, $200,000, first of two readings. 7, resolution appropriating funds from the Charlottesville Albemarle Technical Education Center for the K-Tech kitchen floor repair, $75,000, first of two readings. 8, resolution appropriating grant funding of $94,276 from the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation for development of a flood resilience plan and authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement, first of two readings.
Thank you. So we will now take public comment regarding only items on the consent agenda that were just read by the clerk. This is not the time to talk about taxes. This is not the time to talk about Stribling Avenue or some of the other issues that will come up later on. This is only the consent agenda. If you want to speak on one of those matters, you will have up to 3 minutes. In the Zoom webinar, you may select the raise hand option to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak on the consent agenda, you may press *9. Are there any speakers? Mr. Dillahunt, I will turn this over to you.
Mayor Snook, I see one raised hand at the moment. Kaja Edwards, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening. My name is Kaja Edwards, and I'm from the 7th grade from Buford Middle School. Thank you so much for letting me speak at this meeting. I would like to give my thoughts on recreating the building at Buford. First, let's start off with question and answer. How will the new building impact student learning? Well, a lot of students feel really cramped in the class. When students are cramped, it makes them feel as if they cannot focus or learn. So they depend on having to have different resources to get out of class, which makes kids not be able to learn. Some classrooms don't have good AC and heat, which can make it kind of difficult to focus because you're either too hot or too cold to pay attention. When the AC is running, you can hear the pipes rattling in the different classrooms, and that's not good. You want some kids to be able to focus on class and do their work. To add to the subject, there needs to be more insulation between rooms so you don't hear as much from other classes. Right now, it feels like you can hear other people just talking from the classrooms or hallways. It is hard to pay attention if the class next door is being loud or doing a loud activity. You need to focus on a test or anything in that nature. It's hard. So you need to focus and do your work. Now for bathrooms. I could go on a long time about the girls' bathrooms, but let's break it down. There's only one girls' bathroom in the B building, and the stalls are extremely small. And when it's that time of the month for ladies, they need to have their space to bring their backpack in the bathroom with them. So I think there should be feminine products in every bathroom because some kids don't have enough money to afford and do all that different things. So we need to provide and make the students comfortable at school. Okay. Now the stalls. The stalls are extremely small. We need to have them opened. Say we have more than 2 people that need to go to the bathroom. They have to walk or wait. They have to wait or walk to go to another restroom. And they have to worry about being in trouble for being out of class for too long. Lastly, there should be more gender neutral bathrooms. Sometimes people need or want more, they want more privacy. And you students need to feel comfortable no matter where they are in the school. Now to safety concerns. This falls in line with different buildings open, campus, etc. There are some big safety concerns around having an open campus. It's very easy for students to leave the school or go anywhere, and that's very dangerous. Without anyone knowing that they could get kidnapped or anything in that nature. There should be more cameras outside or being more along hallways, like to connect the buildings. With that being said, thank you guys for listening to my presentation. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Just so folks will understand, although that was not on the related to the consent agenda, figured anytime a 7th grader wants to call us up and tell us about what's going on at Buford, we should listen. So,
Here, here.
Our next speaker will be Annie Lopez. Annie, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hi, my name is Annie Lopez. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Thank you. All right. My name is Annie Lopez. I live right outside city limits near Fashion Square Mall and work in downtown Charlottesville. I'm a member of the Charlottesville Democratic Socialists of America, speaking on behalf of myself in relation to the budget. This is my first time speaking at a city council meeting, and I'm moved to speak now because it's been 2 years since the COVID-19 pandemic began, and so many in Charlottesville are still struggling and still need assistance, and I believe that some budget changes can really help a lot of folks out. First, I strongly urge the council to keep the labor relations analyst position outlined in the draft budget and to keep that in the final budget because it's so important for the city to fulfill their stated commitment to collective bargaining and hire the staff member to do so. I also strongly urge follow through to fund the affordable housing plan, which was endorsed by the council last year. And the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition recommends an increase in funding for the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program, specifically increasing payment standards to 150% of fair market rent and increasing the rental assistant program allocation to match that. Additionally, I think it's so important that Charlottesville meets the climate goals that we've set out to achieve when it comes to walking, biking, and mass transit. I often bike to work from where I live to downtown and think that dedicated bike lanes should be a top priority here, as well as a bus system that runs more frequently on the order of 15-minute service compared to 1 hour. And personally, that's something that has led me to avoid taking the bus so far and would really remove barriers for folks to use the bus system and get around. And lastly, encourage to further reduce emissions, would really encourage moving towards an electric bus system versus one that's running on fossil fuels, because that will really put us into the future in terms of electric vehicle infrastructure and where things are going in terms of that. So thank you so much. Appreciate the time and opportunity to speak.
thank you, Ms. Lopez. Let me reiterate, this is for the consent agenda. I didn't want to interrupt Ms. Lopez, but I will interrupt the next person who goes off on something that is not on the consent agenda. If you have a topic on the consent agenda, this is the time to talk. If not, there will be another time in a few minutes. Anybody else?
Ange Khan has her hand raised. You have 3
Okay.
minutes with council.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that if I were to speak on COVID funding for homelessness, would that be at this time before I use my minutes? Or could I just lump it all together at a different time?
It may come under the category of the COVID homelessness emergency response program. I suspect not. I don't know.
Okay, I'll just wait till the next
Okay.
comment.
I don't know what you're
Thank
gonna
you.
say. Yeah,
I didn't want to interrupt.
thank you.
Thanks, I do.
Okay. Anyone else?
I see no additional hands raised.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move for approval.
Okay. I have a
I'll
motion.
second.
Okay, motion and a second. Ms. Thomas, will you take the vote, please?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 to adopt the consent agenda. Is there a report from the city manager's office? You're on mute.
We will start giving you a written report from the agencies at our next meeting. But ask Sam and Ashley if they have anything that's time sensitive that they need to add tonight. Is there, Ashley, Sam?
Nothing time sensitive for me.
No,
Okay.
sir, nothing time sensitive for me.
All right, very good. Mr. Mayor, we'd like to take the rest of our time tonight to discuss the various scenarios, budget scenarios with the school, respect to school reconfiguration that we discussed last meeting. Several of you asked that we dig a little deeper and come back with several scenarios as we try to get to some resolution on how to deal with this issue. I've asked Chrissy to put together a presentation, and I'll speak on it as we go through. And then we also have our financial advisor who will add some comments as well. Chrissy, you want to kick it off?
Yes, sir. So I'll try sharing my screen. Hopefully I have better luck tonight than last week.
There you go.
Okay. So we'll get started. Apparently it's not going to let me go into view presentation mode. So we'll just go slide by slide if that's okay.
Yeah, so there's no way to increase the zoom on it? Magnification?
Sure, I can do that.
Great.
That
Thank you.
better?
Yes, ma'am.
Oops.
There you
How
go.
about that?
Mhm.
Okay, so did you want me to just get started, Mr. Rogers, or did you want?
Yes, just dive right
Okay.
in.
So on this slide here, we wanted to take it just a few minutes. As Mr. Rogers indicated, we are going to walk through a couple of scenarios that you asked us for a couple work sessions ago on the school scenarios. I wanted to start by just with this slide here to talk about our current outstanding debt. We have approximately $85 million that's currently outstanding. And if we issue no further debt at all, this slide just indicates what our current annual debt service payments are. And over time, we're at about 11 million now. If we issued no more debt, that would continue to fall off. We continue to stay within our policy limits. And if we maintained our same general fund transfer, we would continue to accumulate a pretty healthy debt service balance. Of this outstanding debt, about 28% of that is for school-related projects that have already been completed. So as we move along, I wanted to just talk about a few assumptions we're going to make. We're going to go through 3 scenarios, and the assumptions are pretty much the same in each one. So I'll spend some time here and then we'll just go through pretty quickly the next ones. First of all, these scenario, the next scenario I'm going to show you, the first one in each case assumes no tax increase. It assumes that we will issue about $15 million of debt for general city government projects. That also includes other school things that are not the reconfiguration project. We know that that's based on a historical average. We know that currently we have about $66 million of projects that are on the authorized but not issued list, as well as about another as well as about another 47 million of projects that are identified in this current 5-year plan. So, you know, assuming a $15 million issue won't be a problem. We're looking at annual borrowing rates starting at 2.5 in 22, moving to 3 in 23, 3.5 in 24, and 4% in FY24 and beyond. As purposes for these projections, we're also assuming that the general fund will have new growth of about 1.5% each year, and that there will be about a 2% meals tax growth in years 2024 through 27. The debt service fund balance will also be used in each of these scenarios to mitigate the impact on the general fund and level off the general fund transfers. 1 cent on the real estate tax rate for purposes of this, we're assuming is $927,577. And we assume that the bonds will be sold on a cash needed basis and that they probably will not all be sold at once. So with that, the first scenario I'm going to show you is the current 5-year plan that's before you without the school reconfiguration project. So that's roughly 82.4 million total over the 4 years with about $47 million of bonds. we take a look at this, you'll see here's the 15 million a year, excuse me, the 15 million a year assumption that I made. The debt service moves from 11 million to 16.7 million. We're staying well within our policy, our 9% target and 10% policy. And in addition, each year, in order to keep up and use the debt service fund balance, we are going to be required to put in, on average, about $420,000 additional each year just to cover that debt service. So, you know, part of the question is why don't we talk about a tax increase with that? And the reason we don't or haven't is because generally with the other projects that are on the CIP list, they are of amounts such that we can manage our CIP within our affordability. So if we get to a point where we couldn't afford this $400,000 additional debt service payment each year, we could have the option of deferring that project, rescoping that project, or moving it around. But again, this is sort of where we are with no school project. So the next scenario we're going to look at is basically that exact same scenario, the $15 million a year, but this time, I'm sorry, I've gotten us out of, no, I went backwards, I'm sorry. So the next scenario that we're going to talk about is the exact same thing, but this time we're going to layer in the $75 million project. Again, the borrowing rates are the same. The general fund growth and the meals tax are assumed to be the same. And we're also going to use a draw schedule that was provided by VMDO to sort of spread out the 75 million over from 23 to 26. Everything else remaining the same. So when we do that, we pop in here, you'll see the 15 million that I referred to earlier. We've now layered in on top of that the draw schedules beginning in 23 and moving to 26. Our annual debt service payment is moving from the 11.4 that we've been talking about up to about 22 million in 2032. Again, we're still within our 10% target policy, but we do start reaching our 9% target in about 2027. And you'll see here that if we plan accordingly, this is roughly equivalent to about 2 cents tax increase over the next 4 years if we were going to do that incrementally. That would be required to pay the additional debt service and at the same time would draw down our additional debt service balance.
Ms. Hamill, I'm sorry to interrupt. So that's 2 cents one time. In other words, that'd be raising effectively the tax rate from 95 cents to 97 cents and keeping it level pegged. Is that right?
No, that would actually be going from 95 to 97 in 23, 97 to 99 in 24, 99 to $1.01 and so on.
Right.
So that would be a 2 cent tax increase over the next 4 years.
Yeah, incremental.
So a total of an 8 cent tax increase, but
Yes.
again, spread out over 4 years.
Correct. And you'll see here that even doing that, you are running a little bit of a negative debt service fund balance. And that isn't, that is sort of representative here of when we get down to sort of 27, 28, we've got annual debt service payments that are roughly $21 million. We're basically transferring in 18 or 19 million from the general fund. And so we're continuing to draw down this balance to help level out the impact on the general fund. So
Thank you.
Chrissy,
So the other,
I hate to interrupt. I just want to kind of come back to this 15 million a year here. And is this, what are we thinking that 15 million a year is? Is that like sidewalks? And is that what we do on an average basis anyways?
So
Or-
that is basically just based on a historical average. That is, we're just assuming that we're gonna issue about $15 million a year. Again, we have roughly $66 million of projects that are on the authorized but not issued list that have been defined, that have been previously approved. And then we also, in this current 5-year plan, we have about $47 million of other projects that have been planned. And so it would be those plus a little extra for projects that would be related to the city. Again, you know, I say this all the time. All of this is subject to change. So if we were to issue more than 15 million, then that's going to move everything up. If
Right.
we issue less than 15 million, then that's going to extend things down.
Okay, thank you.
So conversely, we've also been talking about what if you did the tax increase all at one time? And this is what this scenario is showing you essentially, is that this would be the same scenario, $15 million a year, looking at the 75 million draw over from 23 to 26. Still our percentages are fine, but this time we're doing about a 7-cent increase all at once. And then the only increases that we're putting in is just the meals tax growth, essentially. And again, we still maintain a little bit of a debt service fund balance, and we still are able to maintain these debt service payments. So again, we're looking at, you know, roughly in the previous slide, about 8 cents, 2 cents over 4 years versus 7 if we did it all at once. Any questions about the process?
So one of the things the schools came back with was using their ARPA dollars to try to take care of some other school projects that we have had on the books. Would that then, would that be in the 15 million? Would that been kind of in that 15 million category?
It would be. I'm going to show you a slide that I think will help you put that together.
Thank you.
So any questions about those two different scenarios? Because I'm basically going to walk you through two more that are exactly the same logic, but just a different project amount for the schools. Any questions before we move on? Okay, hearing none. So the next scenario that we're going to do is, instead of 75, what if we bonded 50? And what does that do? Again, all these assumptions are the same. The only exception here, and I apologize, I should have corrected this. This is draw schedule per VMDO. It's actually not. This was an estimate. I will update that. But I basically took the same percentages that were from the first draw schedule and just applied it to $50,000. So in this case, again, we have the 15 million every year. We have the equivalent of 50 million being issued from 23 to 26. And that is about a 2 cent annual increase, but this time it's over 3 years. Again, we stay within our 10% ratio. We are actually not really even hitting the 9% target. And we are maintaining, but still buying down a large portion of our debt service fund balance. If we were to look at that, if we were to do the tax increase all at once, again, at about 5.25 cents, same thing, still not hitting our 9% target. We're still just assuming the tax increase one time that stays in our base for the annual transfers. The only additional debt service increase we're putting in at that point is just the meals tax change. And in this scenario, we have bought down our entire debt service fund balance.
Councilman Pinkston, you have a question?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay, your hand's still up.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
So the third scenario that we ran was the exact same thing, but this time it's with, if we were to bond $33 million. That was another scenario that was requested. So in this case, we're, again, staying within our policy. Our debt service goes from 11 to 19. We are doing a 2 cents annual tax increase over the first 2 years and a penny in year 3. And then the only thing is the meals tax. But again, you'll see that our debt service fund balance is negative here. And so it's not quite the mark, but it's close enough for the sake of this example.
And so, Ms. Hamel, this would reflect the notion of just doing a renovation at Buford, the 33.
It's just a dollar amount. That was one of the ones without assigning this to an option. If we were to bond 33 million, that's what your debt service portion would look like. And that'll make sense once we get to 2 more slides, I promise.
Understood. Thank you.
And so if we looked at that annually with one sort of tax increase, again, that's equivalent to about 4.25 cents. And you'll see that we're staying within our policy. Still, we've essentially drawn down our entire debt service fund balance. So if we were to summarize all of these, then we have a table that we're going to do. But before we do that, I'm going to turn this over to Kevin Roddy, our financial advisor, and let him talk to you about, the importance of timing on the tax rate increases.
Thanks, Chrissy. I just had a couple comments here because I know there's been some discussion on the timing of this, and our advice to you would be just have a funding plan identified when the city executes a construction contract. I know there'll be a lot of planning and back and forth on that. Whether you have the tax rate completely in place or you have a plan outlined as Chrissy has indicated here, that's what we'd want to be communicating to the rating agencies in the market, because the funds will likely be borrowed over multiple years. And so that's why we wanted to show the staggering of multiple increases, if that's something you wanted to do. Certainly, if you wanted to implement one larger tax increase all up at front, and even before you started doing some of those additional borrowings, that's certainly a way to be able to save some money and be able to contribute that to the deal for an upfront cash contribution, which would lower the borrowing amount and ultimately lower your debt service. So that's certainly an option you could consider. In terms of potential funding sources, Chrissy walked you through. You're fortunate in that you have some money already in the bank, and she's showing you how you can use that to mitigate future debt service increases and kind of soften the blow for that. I just talked about the pre-funded cash contribution. Certainly, Chrissy's pointed out the increased revenue sources, whether it be through real estate tax or some other sort of tax. Of course, the other option is to decrease expenses. And then we put on here other sources. There's a couple bills in the General Assembly right now that are talking about school construction. Certainly, the city's not unique in having some school needs here. And so there are a couple bills in the General Assembly that they're trying to reconcile. We're closely watching those. Hopefully that'll be some good news to either potentially be some grant funding or subsidize the interest rate. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on this, but we're closely watching that. And we'll be back to you as soon as we learn more on that.
So question about that, actually. I know one of the things the state was looking at is with that 500 million they were thinking of giving out to various localities for school projects, that part of that might be in the form of a loan. that isn't in our bonding capacity, but does that still factor into our debt, I mean, that would still factor into our debt services though, right? Because it's still a loan.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I've seen. The 500 million, I think they're trying to do that in the form of grants, but you know, with just like the cost of one school for y'all, you can tell across the state that 500 million's probably not particularly going to go very far. They've got to decide how they allocate that out. In terms of the, you know, borrowing programs that they're considering, they're larger borrowing programs and they may be at a subsidized borrowing cost, but yes, that debt would count against us. But it certainly, if it could lower our interest rate, it saves us money in debt service, which is ultimately good. It could make your dollars go a little bit further for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Kevin before we move on? Okay, so this slide attempts to kind of draw this together and address Councilor McGill, your question about the money from the schools and some other things that we've talked about. So what we're seeing here is the first scenario is if we just maintain the status quo. We did not have the reconfiguration project either in the CIP, or if we decided to do some work like we did with West Main and some other projects, and we weren't going to bond fund the reconfiguration at all, then obviously everything is zero all the way down. If we, council decides to move forward and we're going to bond the entire $75 million, we know that that's the equivalent of roughly 7 cents on the tax rate. Again, there's no need for any additional cash funding for that project. And so that gets us to 75 million. If on the other hand, council decided we were only going to bond 50 million, we know that that's roughly a nickel and a quarter on the tax rate. We've also talked about some potential cash sources, 6.7 from the year-end surplus, the 7.5 that the schools have mentioned in their presentations. That gives us another $14.2 million, which gets us to a $64 million project. And then the third scenario, same thing. If we were decided to bond 33 million with the 4.25 cents on the tax rate, the additional cash, that gets us to about a 47.2 million project. And of course, any other cash funds that we were able to apply to this, you know, helps increase the bottom line. A few things to consider is that with this tax increase, all of these assumptions assume that the entire tax increase goes to the school reconfiguration project, which means there's no 40% formula for the school contribution, annual contribution. There are also additional funds in the CIP contingency that we've talked about, more than the 6.7. That would be at the discretion of council to decide how much to apply there. The city also has a pot of unallocated ARP dollars to date. Their future general fund surplus allocations that would be possible, and then other sources that we've talked about through the General Assembly or others that could be available to help draw this down. And
This
so
is
finally,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you finish. It's very helpful, but I have a couple of questions, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So for the 75 million, you may have mentioned about, I was writing some things down. Why didn't we use the year-end fund surplus and ARP funds for the 75 million?
So we certainly could. That would just be a different dollar amount here on the bonding. So it would be whatever the difference is between whatever cash we want to put in It just gets a little bit tedious to run the multitude of scenarios, but we certainly could take whatever, we could take
I
this
see.
cash and back into a different bonding amount.
Mhm.
This
Yeah.
was just meant to be a gauge. These were the specific scenarios that had been requested before, but we
Yeah,
could do that.
yeah. Thank you.
Well, with our year-end surplus and the potential from the schools with the 7.5, that gets us really close to the 68. That's the-
68.8, yeah.
That's without the, isn't that without the arts building?
That's correct. That's what they call option 2 on that spreadsheet that VMDO put together. VMDO and
Mhm.
our folks.
So maybe potentially bonding a few more million to, or looking for some other savings to get that difference, there.
Yeah, I'll have some comments in a
Okay.
second. But yeah, our minds are heading the same direction. Juan.
Well, and there's some Department of Energy grants that are coming out right now that might be applicable to this. That could save some money.
Mhm.
Excellent.
Any other questions you want to talk about here? I mean, we're just gonna sum
Yeah,
up. So if there are other questions, this might be the best spot.
Well, would you mind just going through your last 2 slides very quickly? So
Sure. So this slide here was just meant to provide some awareness. You've seen this graph before. It is a visual and also the numbers behind the annual dollar change over an extended period of time from the general fund. So, in some years, in 2007, we had an $8.3 million change from 2006 to 2007. 2007 to 2008, we had a $14.5 million change. But look at 2011. From 2010 to 2011, the general fund budget actually went down. So when you look at all of this in total, and as we have talked to you about this sort of pie and the pieces of the pie that come out, as those pieces of pie constrict or grow, this is the dollar amount with which we are working with. So whether we're putting more towards operations or more towards debt service or more towards the CIP, it all comes out of this same pot. And so on an overall of this extended period of time, the average annual change, and again, this is just an average because you see it varies, with the tax increase is about $6.1 million. Without the tax increase, that annual average is about 5.6 million. And so as we talk about, debt service will be the first bill we pay every year, regardless of what this does. And when we talk about debt service going from 11 to 22 million, this is just meant to be an awareness and why the additional revenue enhancements and our funding plan before we go forward is so important. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rogers to complete the final slide.
Okay. So thank you, Chrissy. We've done as you asked and come back with various scenarios and showing you the impact of each scenario on both the school configuration project and the operations of the city. There are, we keep saying that the increase in debt service for a $75 million project will have tremendous impact. We show that our debt service will go from $11 million today to $22 million in 32 and actually starts ticking up a few years before that. That's not to imply that all of that increase is as a result of the school configuration financing. But as we showed in an earlier slide, even without the school reconfiguration project, our debt service is is 16 million, will go to 16 million. So we're talking about the difference between 16 million and 22 million with the school construction, reconfiguration project. We have to keep in mind too, operationally, there are some unknowns out there for us. Well, the SAFER grant is not unknown. We know what our obligation is there. It's 15 firefighters that we've got to, that were funded, that we are going to have to find a way to finance into the future. And transit, there are some big opportunities in transit and opportunities to make progress on our climate plan there, but we've got to add money to match the funds that are available from the feds and the state. Collective bargaining. Don't know how much it's going to cost, but having bargained with employees before, I know it usually costs you something. And so we have to think about that as well. And we talked about affordable housing initiatives a little earlier. There's a desire to be more consistent in terms of our investment there. You've had a presentation from Climate Action Planning. There's a desire that we invest more there. So we've got all of these challenges that we have to work through. So in addition, the school operating needs and CIP needs, at a minimum, as we said at the last meeting, there's a $2.1 million known increase that we're going to have to address in their FY23 budget. Though from conversation, I understand it might be double that. And so we have to think about that as well. Also, the scenario assumes all real estate growth is applied to the reconfiguration project. Now we have a 40% policy of increase in real estate taxes going to school operations, not capital. So in order to make this work, we have to face a decision of whether you're going to back off of that 40% policy for operations and do the school configuration project. And then there's the question of overall school infrastructure needs. There's much more to do. And so I think that while this is a very good presentation, we've got to start focusing on how we can get to an answer on this. And I'd like to, working with staff, I came up with a brief statement that I would like to share with council. Find it. Okay. City manager's recommendation regarding funding for school capital projects in FY23 proposed budget. In conclusion, as city manager, I have the following observations and recommendations. The proposed school reconfiguration has not been integrated into the city's capital improvements program in a manner that will allow city council to make a coordinated funding plan. Council and staff are both attempting to set a dollar amount as a cap for the school configuration project in an attempt to figure out how configuration will affect debt service. However, it is important that the city's existing debt and future debt are properly factored into any proposal, along with the fact that the city will also need to provide continued support for school capital projects and other city capital projects other than reconfiguration. For the FY23 budget, I recommend that council should enact a 2-cent real estate tax and set the money aside within the Capital Projects Fund, earmarked as the beginning of an annual funding program to generate funds for school configuration. Postpone any drawdowns for reconfiguration costs until a later date to give city council and staff, the city's financial advisor, an opportunity to work on a 5 to 10 year funding plan. I also recommend that the city manager's office begin to work to retool the city's capital improvements program to make adequate plans for necessary projects for both schools and city government. And this retooling should begin immediately so that the work will be reflected in the capital improvements plan for next year in 2024. So we offer those for your consideration.
Mr. Rogers, you said in 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
The drill down on the capital plan begins in the fall of the next budget year. So it would begin in the fall that and we'll need some time to really dig into those projects, each and every one of them, to understand their status. A lot of them are authorized and not funded. Then you got to raise the question, are the circumstances that cause the approval of those funds, do they still exist? Is there an alternative that we can look at for those funds? So a complete, if you will, stripping of the capital fund and come back to you with a more realistic plan. And so we understand, where the money is. Frankly, if I could have found a way to fund the school reconfiguration project without raising taxes, I would have. The only way to do that is to stare down the capital improvements plan and begin a reprioritization. And that's going to take a little longer than this process allows. So that's why we said, let's move forward, but not too fast. And let's take a pause and start putting away some money for this project and see if we can get it done at the same time while looking at resources for how we can better allocate our resources to support long-term objective of improving schools and having an effective capital improvements program.
Yeah, I personally want to thank you and Chrissy and your whole team for the really excellent work in working through these scenarios. I'm very grateful. I'm wondering, and I appreciate your summary comments just now too. That's very helpful. I completely agree about going into the CIP and really making sure that we know what those projects are and that they're really what the city residents still want. Is there a way we could go back to the presentation and the one that had the various scenarios, the sort of, I think it was 3 slides from the end?
Chrissy.
There you go. Perfect. So I'm just sort of riffing on what you've got here, Ms. Hamill. So you tell me if I'm off base. So if I look at the 33 million one to the far right, that's basically that level of project, a $33 million project, and that would be absent this other cash at the bottom, is what the consultant is telling us it would take to just renovate Buford, to not do any programmatic changes, not knock any buildings down. So that's what we're looking like on the right. And you've got a 4-cent tax increase there. The option that I keep coming back to, the one in the middle, which I think we're within spitting distance of the option 2, is what VMDO called it in their spreadsheet, the one that would let us do Buford and put a pause on building B until either through philanthropy or through some further grant in the future or whatever. but it would let us get the core part of Buford done. That is calling for the equivalent of a 5.25 cent increase. And then the larger one, the whole building, the whole project that's been envisioned, the 75, would call for a 7-cent increase. Although, as Mr. Wade said earlier, if we took some of these potential savings or potential additional cash, that number might come down too. So, yeah, this is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Recognizing that this is not the time for us to be making decisions about any of this, but simply that Mr. Rogers wanted to get this out there for our attention and for the public's attention, might I suggest that we not have extended discussion of it at this time, because we've got a lot of stuff on our docket already that is going to involve extended discussion. So if that's okay with other counselors, I would like to suggest we move on, having heard the city manager's report. Is that okay with folks?
Yes. We'll have access to this, and it's a lot to digest, and we'll have time to discuss it before we ultimately approve the budget. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send this to council and it'll be online by tomorrow morning as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for putting that together, Chrissy.
And thank you, Kevin, for joining us. I know this is, you're not officially a city employee, though we appreciate your assistance.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, we will now, let's see. Community Matters is next on the agenda. We have 6 pre-registered speakers, leaving 10 slots for additional speakers on Community Matters. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Please note that there is a designated space immediately following the real estate tax rate public hearing to speak about items related to the city budget. There will be additional public comment section at the end of the meeting. So that's sort of a suggestion that if you really want to be talking about the city budget, there is a time a little bit down the road when that time will come. We'll now open the floor to the pre-registered speakers. Others wishing to speak may select the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak during the Community Matters section, you may press *9. Is our first speaker available?
Yes, Jason Halbert will be first. You
Great.
have 3 minutes with City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, counselors. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. Jason Halbert, co-president of the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association. I live at 2633 Jefferson Park Circle. First, I want to say that Mr. Rogers, what you just said is music to my ears. For the last 8 years, I've been harping on the need for a reprioritized and really transparent CIP. And this relates to the matter of 240 Stribling, which is doesn't have a public hearing tonight, so I'm speaking during the Community Matters. We've sent you a letter. We've sent several letters over the years, but we sent you a letter last night as a neighborhood board association. Not everyone in the neighborhood agrees, but we've had enough meetings and discussions about this development that I think it's clear that most of the neighborhood understands that this property will be developed. We never, as a board, never said no, NIMBY. We didn't take that position. We took a position of trying to advance what we've always been trying to advance, which is improved safety of Stribling Avenue and the intersection of Stribling and JPA. It's just not wise or feasible or prudent to put a dense development like this, which I think personally I would like to see. I would like to see more affordable housing. It's just not wise to do it without the safety improvements on Stribling Avenue. I agree with the staff's recommendation. The second one, the first one I don't agree with. The second one I agree with, that the agreement as it was written is not a wise agreement and the city should not enter into it. I will point out that the initial offering of Southern Development was $500,000 in cash donation, not a loan, a donation. And I actually had a call from Southern Development that said they would up that to 2 million. I don't know how that changed to a loan at some point along the lines, but it did. I think that it's clear at this point that if we want to work with developers to get more density in the city and really do this new zoning ordinance in a proper way, the city's CIP and the infrastructure has to keep pace. If it can't keep pace, you're going to create serious problems on city streets, city intersections, and you're going to have more and more consternation from neighborhoods. So I think it's time that we put the funding in the CIP. I mean, several counselors told me and told the public that jumping the line in the CIP is not going to happen, that there's no money. And I agree, you can't get blood from a stone. So circling back to where I started, I think what Mr. Rogers said is wise and prudent, and you should follow that. And I think to do so, in order to do so, you have to put a hold on this development. I know it's coming, we know it's coming, but I think you need to put a hold on it until you can find the money to do the things you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halbert.
Our next speaker is John Marshall. On you up now. John, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hey, good evening, councilors. I'm John Marshall and am a resident of and speaking about Stribling Avenue. This is a particularly important decision that will greatly affect pedestrian and also vehicle safety on Stribling and its intersection with Jefferson Park Avenue and also Robertson Avenue. Stribling already has a lot of pedestrian traffic, and it is already very dangerous for its pedestrians because of blind curbs and lack of sidewalks. For this reason, the Neighborhood Association and the Planning Commission, and even the developer himself, have all agreed that the street needs sidewalks before the development can happen. This development would add at least 1,200 more car trips per day and 170 apartments of more people that would walk on Stribling. But there are not yet any sidewalks, and sidewalks are not on the city's CIP list, and there's no guarantee that the sidewalks will ever be built. Because of this, it is very premature and very risky to vote on this development before we have sidewalks. The sidewalks have got to come first. If you allow the development to move forward without guaranteed sidewalks, you are gambling with human safety and our lives. It seems that the Planning Commission and the developer are hoping that the development would then force the city to build the sidewalks because of the imminent danger that their development would have created. This is completely backwards. We should not have to jeopardize human safety to then get the city to protect us. The sidewalks should come first and then the development once it is safe. That is a very reasonable request. Another problem is that we don't actually know that sidewalks ever can be built on Stribling. Even with all the money in the world, because of the topography of that street and where people's houses and driveways are, it simply might not be possible to ever build sidewalks. Remember that new streetscapes have to be built to VDOT code, which includes widening the road, adding curb and gutter, building water drainage, and then adding sidewalks. That street is so narrow and the houses are so close to the street. Again, we don't know that all of that is even possible yet. The city engineer only produced a rough draft and said that there are challenges that he is not 100% possible we can overcome. You can't just move people's houses backwards. Also, the city engineer and the developer disagree on how much sidewalks would cost, so we don't know that yet either. We also don't know anything about the intersection with JPA. Because of all of this, I ask that you postpone this vote until there is a complete plan for the sidewalks and the intersection, and they have gone through the CIP process and been fully funded so that we know that they will be built, and ideally actually wait until after they have been built so that pedestrians are not run over by the tree loggers and construction trucks and the earth movers that this development will bring. And if you cannot postpone the vote, then please simply vote no on it, because it is just not worth jeopardizing human safety and human lives for the profit of a big developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Cabell Romer is the next speaker, but I do not see Cabell in the attendees list. So we'll go to William Abrahamson. William, you're on with council.
All right, thank you for your time and your attention this evening, councilors. William Abrahamson at 123 Stribling, also co-president of the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association. I also wanted to echo something Mr. Rogers established here today, which is the importance of just understanding the timeline for any project and getting your ducks in a row ahead of time. Not everything is a burning down the house crisis that we are facing right now. Everything is urgent, everything is important, but we can still make a good priorities as communities. This is where we put our values and our finances. One question I'd like to ask you tonight is just in the agenda, the fact that the funding agreement was up for consideration after the approval of the funding application. If the proposed funding agreement is not acceptable, it automatically removes, from my understanding, the initial proffer that was on the table from the developer. So just from a purely selfish point of view, that's leaving money on the table that the city, that was offered to the city. That alone in the process would be enough to consider sending this back to the Planning Commission for further review and take another bite at that apple between the developer and the Planning Commission. I understand that might take a year, but we can take that time. The residents in the neighborhood, you've heard it all before: safety, safety, safety. And I'd like to take my last bit of time to talk a little bit more about the qualitative aspect of that. None of this has talked about the treescape, the budget, the 2.9 million explicitly excluded tree plantings, explicitly excluded how to address the JPA extended intersection. The residents who have been paying property taxes on this street for 25, 30, 40, 50 plus years, they deserve some input on how that they've been paying into the city pool, of how those funds build up their street. They don't want a highway, whether it has sidewalks or not on either side, that increases the speed from one end to the other. So we deserve an opportunity to work with the city and the professionals within the city to build our neighborhood, and to continue the community and continuity that we've already built here. Please respect that, and so we can welcome more people into it when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abrahamson.
Next up is Myra Anderson. Myra, you're on with council.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly on a few issues. The first one is I was part of a group that spent a significant amount of time last year as an informal group looking at the Marcus Alert. The recommendation was made to form an official group, but council, to my knowledge, has not moved forward with that, even though there were 2 counselors still on council on that group. So my first thing I want to do is strongly encourage you to form that group so that we can begin the work. Second, I called down to city office to find out about the process, the policy for having an honorary street name. And I was told that policy was put on hold back in the fall, and that it hadn't, no policy had come forward since then. So I wanted to know when exactly the new policy is going to come forward, because I think at this point it's been about 6 months. And the third thing I wanted to talk about was I was watching a bit of the budget meeting the other day, and it was my first time actually watching a meeting, but I was a bit bothered by the fact that I believe it was the Haven that received a lower score, and that would equal a lower amount of money to them. And my problem with that is that that's a very marginalized group that is very much in need of services. So my question, finances. So my question is, if you get a report back and they have a lower score, does council have the authority to overrule that and award them money anyway? That's my question. And if the answer is no, I think you should seriously consider having a rule in there that to that effect that could be considered in circumstances such as these, because I mean, the services that they provide are to some of the most marginalized people in our community. And I don't understand your grading process or who even is involved in that, but I find it a bit troublesome. And the answer that was given didn't even make sense as to why their score changed significantly to that amount of money. So if you don't have the power to overrule, I think you should. And in my last 20 seconds, I want to strongly encourage you to support the rent for Jefferson School. I'm sure you've already received so many emails about it, but they do good work in this community with teachers and educating. And I think at a bare minimum, since there are other places that the city supports with rent, like McGuffey, they should also consider that for Jefferson School. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
The last name in the pre-registered list is Nancy Carpenter, but I do not see her in the attendees list. So we will go to our first raised hand. Lisa Torres, you're on with council.
Oh, thank you so much, City Mayor, City Councilors, Mr. Rogers. As I'm sure some of you can imagine, the comments that I had prepared are switched. I've had to shift gears a little bit based on what I've heard tonight. With all due respect, and I realize that it was your recommendation, Mr. Rogers, to ask or to put the school or the reconfiguration project on pause and to not move too fast. Historically, we've been moving not too fast for decades. The schools have waited. This has come up multiple times. And as far as the guarantee, or if there's a 2-cent tax increase and you're saying we guarantee or designate it or save it for schools, is that truly going to happen? These are just questions and comments I have. I believe historically there have been taxes or percentages of taxes in the past that were to be set aside and designated for schools, and I do not think that happened. So I'm really struggling a little bit here with the recommendation that you've made. The Blue Ribbon Commission study years ago formalized their findings, stating what the schools would require each year to maintain our operations, to support and be able to offer salary increases that our teachers deserve, to continue to offer the programs that our families and our community prioritizes. This is the first time that I've seen or heard in that presentation that you and Ms. Hamill provided tonight, that all of the real estate growth or the 40% formula that has been used and has been part of what is calculated as far as what the schools get is now going to go specifically towards paying off reconfiguration. I mean, it's very concerning to me because we have not been part of that process. That's not been part of the discussion at all. So basically what you're saying, you're gonna cut funding from the schools. You're gonna cut funding from our teachers and our students to pay for a project. I don't understand how that makes sense, or how any of the counselors and anybody in this community would be okay with something like that. Now, it's not to say that I disagree with the fact that maybe it's time to sit and look at the budget process and how it is going to happen, but we cannot wait on this. Not to mention the escalation of a project. So if we put this on hold for a year or two, I mean, right now we are hoping and wanting, and the board unanimously is asking for the 74.9 million a year. 2 years down the road, how many more million will be, will that project be? Have a lot more to say, but I see I've run out of my time, and I'm sure we'll be speaking some more. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Next up is Josh Karp. Josh, you're on with council.
Hey, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Great. I apologize, but I'm calling partly to do some arithmetic with you all, so bear with me. So the proposal on Stribling Avenue includes, I think, 26 homes affordable to families who are making at or below 60% of the area median income. On Grove Street, you have another proposal before you with 4 homes available at 65% AMI and then 4 more at 80%. And I want to talk for a minute about what those numbers actually translate to in terms of rent. So I checked the HUD site. The area median income for a family of 2 is $75,000. So if you're at 80% of that, you're looking at, assuming costs for utilities, about $1,350 a month in rent. 65% AMI, you're looking at about $1,070 a month in rent. 60% AMI, it's $975 a month in rent. This is, I know most of you own your homes, but I can tell you, these are low rents. There aren't a lot of homes at those price points in town. And I checked Craigslist tonight. I saw about a dozen rentals available at 80% of AMI. They look kind of small, kind of old. I don't know if you'd want to live there. At the 60% AMI level, I saw 2 rentals. One is 300 square feet, it's an efficiency, and one is 600 square feet. That is not a lot of homes available, and they are not the nicest homes. So I don't think we're in a position to turn down 34 affordable homes across these 2 projects. And an earlier commenter called in to say that, you know, the lack of affordable housing is not a burn down the house level crisis. I think for the families who are cost burdened, of whom there are thousands in this community, I think it is a crisis. And I think waiting until the moment is right means waiting a long time that these families frankly don't have. One comment about traffic, particularly on Valley Road. I know people are concerned that traffic is going to move slower if the proposal there goes through. And frankly, they're right. I think with more apartments on that street, the cars will drive slower. But I think that's okay. And I think that's because I spent about 5 years living in a large apartment complex, 60 some homes, at the end of North First Street, on a narrow road where 2 cars couldn't pass side by side. And what it meant was sometimes on your way to or from work, you would pull aside to let your neighbor pass by you, or they pull aside to let you pass by. It took a minute or 2 of my commute every day at most. And I really actually appreciated that the cars didn't, because they couldn't, drive too fast. We have a young child. He is kind of impetuous as kids tend to be. And I frankly really appreciate when there's traffic calming in whatever form, such that people can't run him over. Anyway, I think that waiting until the moment is right means waiting too long for people who can't afford to live here. Also, those people are around. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Next up is Andrew Shelton. Andrew, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening, council. Thank you. I am speaking to you in support of the rezoning on Stribling Avenue. And this is actually particularly meaningful to me because I have been a resident of Stribling Avenue and just Fry's Spring for about 5 years now. I actually lived directly across from the parcel that's under consideration for a number of years until we were kicked out after the building sold so that the new landlord could flip the apartment and jack up the rent by about $400. I'm getting ready to leave our current residence right along the railroad tracks because we have found that rent is simply not sustainable for us. Ironically, the only reason that I know about this rezoning request is that our landlord actually reached out to us trying to get us to contact you in opposition of the rezoning. But I don't believe that's where my interests lie. Ironically enough, that landlord is not actually a city resident to my knowledge and has a number of properties in the area that would presumably be impacted by an increased housing supply. We're getting ready to leave the city because it's just not sustainable to stay here because the housing prices are through the roof. Rent is unaffordable. Saying that it's not a burning crisis is incredibly unbelievable to me. It speaks to me of someone who is pretty okay with where they're at and doesn't really see what's happening to their fellow residents around them. I have been raised in this city and I am very upset. Now I'm only going to be moving just over the county line, but it is very disappointing to me that we've decided that that's what we have to do because of the lack of the housing supply in the area. And I would also like to note that I will not be taking any fewer car trips. I will be still working here and spending most of my time here. It will actually add car trips because I'm not able to walk and bike to work. It is backwards. And I would hope that y'all please consider this and approve the rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Jones. Kelsey, you're on with council.
And I'm a community organizer focusing on redevelopment for FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents. Since starting at FAR, I've personally done outreach and engaged with residents at all 7 public housing sites. And that work has directly impacted the resident-led redevelopment process. I've been running programming that educates, informs, and assists residents with their rights to protect and improve the communities they live in. While I appreciate the current funding proposed by the City of Charlottesville, decreasing our funding by half is a disservice to the community, and it undermines FAR's efforts to address racial inequities in the systems that produce them. The federal mandated representation of public housing residents is having their funding cut by basically half. Each month, FAR publishes a newsletter for residents. Enroll, I host redevelopment workshops at least once a week. We are doing the on-the-ground work. I also want to share that one of the only other groups advocating on behalf of racial and equity issues specifically is the LAJC, and they too are having their funding cut. Having the courage to amplify your voice, knowing that you have someone to support you, far as making sure residents are being listened to. The last thing we all should want is to take away any resources that have produced positive outcomes, such as the program that FAR provides. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Next up is Jane Smith. Jane, you're on with council. And you will need to unmute your mic.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I think everyone on the city council surely already understands the importance of the Jefferson School African American Heritage Center. But I'm seeing that there's some question about whether the city will be allocating the needed funds to support the center this year. So I feel like I should ask you, do you need to hear from citizens about how central and how important the Jefferson School is to this community? I hope you don't. I hope my call is superfluous. I hope we can just count on you to do whatever you need to do to make sure that the center can rely on the city for the funding support it needs this year and in future years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Our next speaker is Kendall Dix. Kendall, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hello, my name is Kendall Dix. I'm the National Policy Director for a climate organization, and I live out in Albemarle County near the Scottsville-Esmont border. When my wife and I decided to move to Charlottesville in 2020, we moved outside of town because the surrounding counties are where all the affordable housing in our region is. My wife now commutes by car every day, 35 minutes each way to her job in Charlottesville because she needs her car for work, and public transportation options are fairly limited out here. There are a lot of people like us in the surrounding counties who might live in Charlottesville if the housing were more affordable. We all know there's a housing crisis in Charlottesville, which is displacing poor people, including many native Black residents, like my former roommate who grew up in Charlottesville but could no longer live there. Without more affordable housing in the place that makes sense, which is Charlottesville, developers will continue to look to build in places like Scottsville, which is currently in the middle of a lively fight over a new housing development, which could be decided tonight. If this housing in Scottsville is built, it will attract more people like me, probably, who are likely to commute by car to town. That's going to increase greenhouse gas emissions and increase deadly traffic accidents on Highway 20, which are all too common. So what you all do with your budget has big impacts on communities in the surrounding counties, and displacement in turn affects your budget by causing the city to lose out on a denser and robust tax base. So in order to make our area more livable, equitable, and sustainable, we must invest in affordable housing and public transportation while balancing the need for modern schools. I know that you all have somewhat limited tools at your disposal, but it's my opinion that taxation, as long as it's being spent equitably in a way that prioritizes low-income residents, that more taxes will not ultimately have a devastating regressive effect. But I trust you all to be able to find the money. And I've submitted a link to your comments to each of your email addresses. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
Next up, we have Paola Covarrubias. You have 3 minutes. You are on with council.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Paola Covarrubias, a community organizer with FAR, and tonight I am here to endorse the increase in funds towards the Public Housing Association of Residents. Although I've been working with FAR for a few months, I have seen the immense work the board and staff do for public housing in Charlottesville. I have both lived and worked in low-income communities my whole life, and FAR is one of the few organizations proven to be for the people, by the people, through their ongoing efforts in redevelopment, maintenance, safety, and programming. I've had the honor of working with a team of women that are dedicated not only towards FAR's mission to protect and improve the lives of the most vulnerable in our communities, but the city's vision to make Charlottesville a great place for all of our citizens. The city prides itself on social and economic justice, health-race relations, progressiveness in responding to the needs of our citizens, and a united community that treasures diversity. Unfortunately, cutting FAR's funding by 48% does not advance any of the above, but rather diminishes funding toward the communities that need it the most. Public housing is the home of many families that have had negatively impacted by structural racism within zoning, redlining, and racial covenants that for many years have been actively working in the city to impede people of color, but especially Black families from homeownership. Already in the US, we have seen many that aren't able to make it into public housing end up homeless. Black families, who represent 13% of the general population, account for 39% of those experiencing homelessness and more than 50% of homeless families with children. We are not asking you to fund just any organization. We are asking you to support us to impede what happened in the thriving Black communities of Vinegar Hill and Church Hill from happening again. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Paul Josie. Paul, you are on with council.
Thank you, council, for your time this evening. And I want to just second a lot of the comments tonight. One, supporting Jefferson School for funding, but also for the need for density in Charlottesville and the importance of that. So we're not moving into the counties, but one element on Stribling, 240 Stribling, I'd purchased my home there at 126 Stribling in 2005. And that the development is at the end of Stribling Avenue. And if you've been there, if you walk that street, you know it's a very pedestrian street already. There are no sidewalks. There is no stormwater infrastructure. There's no bike infrastructure. It is a narrow street with blind curves, and it is a very unsafe street already for walking. And this development is adding, is doubling the trips from 2,000 to 4,000 a day. And having seen the entire Huntley development, endless construction trucks coming in and out all the time, faster than sort of safe speeds. If you don't live on that street, you know, you're going fast all the way to the end of it. And Stribling is 80% rental. And those rental homes are 180 to 200 people that are low to middle income households. So by building this before building infrastructure for people to safely, navigate this street, by doubling the volume on the street, it is irresponsible to do that before to those residents before you actually can build the infrastructure first. So I encourage you to deny this tonight or to set it on pause. Get the infrastructure in place first before you double the volume on the street, putting at risk 180 to 200 low to middle income households that are already there, because it likely will not happen if it's in the CIP, much later on. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Josie.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Heller. Benjamin, you're on with council.
Hi, everybody. I listened to the people talking in favor of Stribling, the Stribling development, and I agree with them. We need to build houses in the city, and I hear the people saying there's an infrastructure problem, and I agree with them. They're correct as well. And I'm here to tell you why I think you can square that circle, because the developer is taking you for a ride. This is 11 acres that they bought for $2 million, under $200,000 an acre in a neighborhood where the average assessment per acre is $600,000. The fact that this is not a lot that is ready for development based on the infrastructure is in the price. With 170 houses there, that's only $12,000 per development entitlement. In general, you're talking about $120,000 per development entitlement in that neighborhood. You could ask the developer for $3 million and they would still be getting a bargain in terms of the price per development entitlement. It's time that you do the arithmetic, see how profitable this stuff is for developers, and stand up to them to make sure that we both get housing and we get the infrastructure requirements that the housing imposes paid for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heller.
Next up is Kate Fraley. Kate, you are on with council.
Hi, my name's Kate Fraley and I live in Charlottesville, and I'm going to talk about the resolution that's coming up, number 10. And I'm not asking you to vote against it. I just want to use it as a demonstration of how the city might better think outside the box. So the document that I'm going to be talking about is page 105 of the packet. So that resolution appropriates $500,000 about, and on the page before on 102, it was for 3 things: respond to the public health emergency, public sector capacity, or responding to negative economic impacts. When you go down the list of the money allocation on page 105, all but one, only one is responding to negative economic impacts. And it seems to me these rescue plan monies could be spent in a more imaginative way on non-governmental things, but on things that would help individual people. The one thing that it does support that is related to negative economic impacts is a hotline coordinator. Now that person would send people to places that would help them, but it doesn't necessarily increase money in those programs to help them economically. So it seems to me that number 3 could be applied to individuals. It could be applied to programs in the city that are run by nonprofits, for housing, for homeless, for job support for people who lost their jobs, for utility payments, for things like that. Now, I don't know if that's really possible, but it just looks very heavy on respond to the public health emergency, things for improvements to buildings and sort of infrastructure, not actually helping people individually or in groups or equitably. So I'm just pointing this out because I think we're not thinking outside the box enough. The other thing, it's very difficult to follow this money because on that page, like it says Fund 207, and then there's a number, and then it says GL account, and then it says the number. When you go to that budget, whatever it's called, the budget explorer, you can't find anything that matches that. the Budget Explorer has no numbers. And these pages that you have in your packet don't have any titles that could match the Budget Explorer. Maybe I'm missing some major thing that I don't know about, but it seems very unfriendly to the public. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fraley.
Our next speaker is Matthew Gillikin. Matthew, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening, councilors. I'm going to share a little bit on behalf of Livable Seaville with regards to the Shriveling Avenue project. We are in support of the Shriveling Avenue PUD and urge you to ensure the accompanying sidewalk project for the length of Shriveling Avenue is completed. The development will add 170 multifamily houses and welcome hundreds of new neighbors to the Charlottesville community. About 25 of these homes will be for people with incomes below 60% of the area median income. Additionally, the development will provide central green spaces and bicycle and pedestrian connectivity to the Huntley Trail along Moores Creek. Stribling Avenue is currently unsafe for pedestrians, and we agree with the neighbors who want sidewalks installed along this development. This stretch is unlikely to have sidewalks installed otherwise in the next few decades, as it is low priority in the city's complete sidewalks project list. Please ensure this sidewalk project is completed in a timely manner, as is the development. These combined projects help meet the goals stated in the city's comprehensive plan, among others, for affordable housing, diverse housing types, improved pedestrian connectivity, and opportunities to live in close proximity to employment, schools, and amenities. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend this PUD for approval, and we encourage you to vote in favor as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gillikin.
And our 16th and final speaker is Joy Johnson. Joy, you are on with council.
Good evening. My name is Joy Johnson. I reside at 802A Hardy Drive. I'm a public housing resident. I just want to give a shout out to Kelsey and Paola for their organizing efforts. One of the things I would like to talk about is affordable housing in CRHA. The work that CRHA is doing with resident input, the 12 women from South First Street who have helped to design their community. I don't think there is a light from the city that's shining on that. And then we have the 6th Street residents who are also planning their neighborhoods. I don't think the city is shining a light on that. However, we're going to continue to have input in our redevelopment. One of the things that I have been talking about forever, and I will continue to talk about it until the day I go to my grave, is that this city needs to define affordable. When we do tax credit, if we don't have other additional funding that is attached to it, we will not get those units affordable. 60% of the AMI with tax credit, we still have a lot of people who will not be qualifying for those units. Right now, we have put together a deal where that it will be deeply affordable. We are the only one right now who is doing deeply affordable unit. Friendship Court may be also doing that. But I just want to make absolutely sure that it is on your radar to define affordable unit. 0 to 50% of the AMI, people are struggling to find affordable housing in the city of Charlottesville. And just in case you don't know, a lot of the landlords have gone up at least $200 on their rents. CRHA has increased their payment standard with vouchers, and yet still they cannot find affordable rental units in the city. I think you need to look not just about 60 and 80% of the AMI, but you need to look from 0 to 50% of the AMI. We need to define affordability. Affordability needs to match people from 0 to 100%. Thank you. And I will be watching, and I might have more comments at the end. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay. Council, anybody need a brief recess? Are we ready to keep going? Okay, I see one thumbs up. That's gonna go. That's the only expression, so we're going with it.
Yeah.
All right. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing and public comment, some of which, of course, we have already had. I didn't want to stop people and say, oh, no, wait a minute, you've got to speak 5 minutes from now. But we will accept public comment on 2 related items tonight. And I want to just understand, so people will understand why we're doing this in this sort of bizarre fashion. The state statute requires that we have a public hearing that is called a public hearing or public comment on the real estate tax rate, and also one on the city budget. And so, as opposed to simply public comment when the community matters, when people might say anything, we have to designate these times as well. If you've already spoken, don't feel you have to speak again just to be counted. But we're doing it this way. This time around, let's see, council, do we have just go ahead with 3 minutes per comment, or any sense that we ought to reduce it to 2 minutes per comment? I asked because the question was raised. I don't know if at this point I'm inclined to say let's just stick with the standard 3 minutes.
I think so.
See how that goes.
Yeah.
Gonna
Okay.
say, can we reduce it without prior notice?
Yeah,
Okay.
not a problem. But anyway, first, the city staff will make a brief presentation. Mr. Rogers, do you have additional presentation to make at this point, or we're going to simply incorporate that which has already been presented? You're on mute.
This is on the publication of the tax increase.
The real estate tax rate and budget. It looks like we're going to do the 2 public hearing, public comment after whatever further presentation you and your staff would like to make.
Okay, Chrissy, I don't think we didn't plan for specific presentation tonight, so we thought we'd just have the hearing, but at a couple of meetings ago, the council, in discussing of what would be needed for the budget, we were pressing you to give us authority to advertise for a real estate tax increase so that we could meet the legally required deadline. And you authorized us to go up to 10 cents, which would produce $9.2 million in revenue. So those who have comments on that should perhaps address that tonight. Please note that no decision has been made with respect to increasing the taxes yet. Council still has further meetings to determine whether that increase will be required. So tonight is your thoughts on about a increase in a real estate tax. And I think too, we advertised, Chrissy, did we not, on the meals tax?
Meals tax public hearing will be on the 4th at the next council meeting.
Right.
But we do have a small presentation from Commissioner Divers on the personal property tax rate tonight.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay. Is Todd available? Is he around?
Yes, sir, Mr. Rogers, I'm right here.
Thank you, sir.
Sure thing. Mr. Mayor, members of council, when she said a small presentation, she meant a small presentation. I have run the numbers on what it would take to equalize the personal property rate to account for the spike in NADA valuations. You're looking at a rate of $3, probably around $3.22 by my best reckoning. If you don't do anything, you're probably going to see an additional $2 million. You know, I know you guys are wrestling with budget issues, but I would remind you that everybody has a car. These are not folks, you know, you can't I'm going to lobby a little bit here. You know, these are folks who didn't choose to have a car. So this is going to hit everybody. And some of these folks can ill afford some of the increases that they're going to see. So I'm just throwing it out there at you just because I feel like I need to. And I'll show my way out unless you have questions.
Do you have any sense of there being any legislative changes relating to the personal property taxes? You had indicated a month or so ago that you thought
Yes,
there
sir.
might be something coming down the road.
Yes, sir. It has come down the road. The General Assembly passed a bill that allows localities to separate these classes of personal property from the general class of personal property that allows you to do a targeted reduction without affecting all classes of personal property. In other words, you can leave tangible business property alone. You can leave machinery and tools alone and do this now. There is a sunset on that. I believe it's going to run until January 1st of 2025, at which point things would have to revert back to whatever the old rate was.
Okay. And do you have any thoughts that, I mean, for example, I don't know whether the valuations on business equipment have risen as dramatically as the tax on my 2013 Honda Civic, but
well, I mean, I don't really have a way to do that. I mean, the only valuations it would increase on business tangibles, because those are valued, anything that's already in the system is going to depreciate according to the depreciation schedule. So, you know, everything is based on purchase date. New equipment, I'm sure, has gone up. I can tell you anecdotally, mobile home valuations have gone up about 25%. Now, those are considered, it gets a little confusing. Those are considered personal property, but they're assessed at the real estate tax rate.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, whatever you do to the real estate rate on those, or whatever you do to the real estate rate is going to affect mobile homes. I don't really have a way to kind of see what's going on quite as well. To answer your question, I don't really have as good a way to see what's going on with machinery and tools and business tangibles the way we can really see what's going to happen with vehicles, with trucks, cars, and motorcycles.
I've got some other questions I'll call you about later on in the week.
You got it.
Anybody else have any matters for Mr. Divers? Okay.
So one question. So the current rate is 4.2, you said?
Correct. $4.20 per hundred.
And it
So
would
my
be down to-
recommendation would take it to $3.22 per hundred.
And that would keep revenue equal.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So, Todd, just if you can just give, in one of our work sessions, you gave some examples of some typical vehicles, not, super new or anything like that, that they really went up in assessments or, value. Can you just give one or two examples so that the public can have an idea?
I absolutely can. If you give me 1 second, I'll
Yes,
pull
sir.
up. I'll pull up that spreadsheet. I'm not going to throw it up on the screen, but I'll give you the examples that we ran. Bear with me. So we just, I looked at some of the most commonly owned vehicles in the city. Probably the most common vehicle in the city is a 2010 Toyota Prius. Those are going to increase in value 27% over last year. 2014 Honda CR-V, 29%. 2013 Honda Civic, 40%. 2008 Honda Civic, 40%. 2018 Tesla Model 3, 31% increase. Vehicles don't typically increase. They depreciate.
Right.
So this is an odd time. And I would argue that this is an affordability issue as much as anything you guys are going to wrestle with this year.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
When do we have to make a decision on that in terms of the rate?
When you pass the budget, there's no advertising needed to lower it. You don't have to have a public hearing or anything else. It would be passed with the budget. Chrissy, am I right on that?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll give you the PPTR rate at the same meeting.
April 12th.
Thank you. I mean, of course, obviously, if you don't plan on doing it, we won't do anything. So I guess I would kind of need to know what your plan is before we get there.
So anybody else have any more questions for Mr. Divers? Thank you, Todd.
You're welcome.
So before we move on, Mr. Rogers, could you just tell us again, I mean, you made a statement at the beginning of the meeting about what your recommendation for the tax rate, and since we're about to go into a hearing on that, could you just reiterate what that position is?
Yes, sir. I did. It was, the recommendation was that there be a 2 cents increase in tax for 23. And that it be set aside for accumulation for the school reconfiguration project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any reason not to go ahead and begin the public hearing on the real estate tax rate?
Nope, proceed, I believe.
Okay, so I'll now open the public hearing to accept comments on the real estate tax levy, and only on that issue, please. We will have other comments on other topics of the budget immediately following, but let's keep it simple. If there are people who want to comment specifically on the real estate tax levy, Mr. Delahunt, do we have anybody who's raising their hand?
I see our first raised hand is Elizabeth Stark. Elizabeth, you are on with council.
Hi, councilors. Before my time starts, I just want to check. I have comments regarding the overall budget and how the real estate tax fits into that. Is this the appropriate time?
If you were to make a 3-minute comment that touched on both, I would be very happy.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, well, good evening, councilors, Mayor Snook and Vice Mayor Wade. I appreciate you having me here tonight. I'm a city resident and I'm a co-chair of Charlottesville Democratic Socialists of America. And I'm here to ask that you take bold action in crafting the city's budget. I'm a city school parent. I have a 9th grader at CHS who attended both Walker and Buford and a current Walker 5th grader. The school renovation won't benefit my kids. Nonetheless, I ask that you fund the full renovation project, which will immensely benefit city children for years to come. This project has been delayed for decades, and the community is depending on this council to see it through. Our teachers and other municipal employees deserve to make a good living. Please continue to support collective bargaining in the city budget as well. I also ask that you not lose sight of other priorities. I echo CLIC's request that you fund the affordable housing plan at 10 million or more and increase funding to the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program. Council unanimously endorsed this plan last year, and Councilors Pinkston and Wade were supportive of affordable housing in the Charlottesville DSA voter guide. With 10 million in American Rescue Plan funds forthcoming, please allocate these funds to help those in our community who continue to struggle with the economic and health effects of COVID. The city must also honor its environmental commitments. The transportation emissions make up nearly 30% of the city's emissions and half of the county's. Yet housing is being built further and further out, inducing more car commuters. We must embrace and encourage density within the city without displacing low wealth communities. We need bold steps to end prioritization of single cart infrastructure and move toward robust, clean energy-based transit like battery electric buses, increased bus frequency, and improved bus stops with seating and accessible shelter from the elements. We must build a more walkable, bikeable, and safer city. To fund these priorities, here I go, connecting to the tax thing. I ask that the city use all levers in their power to generate income. Though all tax options are regressive, an increase to the property tax coupled with tax relief for low wealth neighbors and an increase to the lodging tax seems to be the best solution to me. And finally, I ask that you use your position to demand a detailed police budget. The city schools release a detailed budget every year that clearly states how and why funds are spent, and they have metrics that measure efficacy. The police budget is a single spreadsheet with vague and duplicative listings. There are several openings in CPD right now. I ask that you leave those positions unfilled and reallocate the savings towards supportive community infrastructure. I know this, many things are coming up at once, but we are counting on you to make bold decisions and get all of these priorities funded. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Stark.
Our next raised hand is Jamie Fitzgerald. Jamie, you're on with council.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, councilors, for allowing me to voice my concerns, and thank you for all of your hard work on these complex issues. My name obviously is Jamie Fitzgerald, and I have lived at my present location for 5 years here in Charlottesville. It is at the intersection of Shamrock Road and the railroad. My main concern is for the property tax increase, particularly if this tax is implemented all at once. I rent from an owner that does not live in Charlottesville. The owner performs zero maintenance on this house. The house is rapidly deteriorating and the land yard portion is overrun with kudzu. The property is currently overvalued at $341,000. And I suspect that is partially due to the misrepresentation of the space that I rent/live in. The space that I rent in this house is a 500 square foot non-insulated attic. And it is the only place in Charlottesville that I can afford. I know this because I'm constantly looking for a new place. Where I live is the place that Josh Karp, an earlier speaker, indicated one would not want to live. The non-insulated nature of this space directly correlates to ridiculous heating and cooling bills year-round. If, and in all likelihood he will, the owner raises the rent to cover that tax increase, I will have to vacate the property and leave Charlottesville. The owner enjoys the benefits of the property value while I pay for the tax increase with zero benefits to me. While these details that I'm providing are situation specific, I'm sure that I'm not the only renter in Charlottesville facing this issue. Also, it seems this will possibly impact the affordable housing issue within Charlottesville, as in other people that rent houses are going to do that. They're going to raise the rent to cover the tax increase. To be clear, I am 100% behind any and all funding for public schools. Public schools should be on par with private schools insofar as resources are concerned, insofar as I am concerned, but I'm not sure how that can be achieved. Again, thank you for allowing me to voice these concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Next up is Gareth Gaston. You have 3 minutes. You're on with council.
Hi, Council, Mayor Snook. Thank you. Thank you all for all the hard work you're doing on this issue. I don't want to go through all the specifics of, I know Elizabeth Stark did an excellent job of listing all of the things that, all of the priorities that we need to balance. And I think a bold budget is the thing to think about. And I just wanted to make one quick comment about taxes. I wish there were more options for taxes that were not regressive. It sounds like there are a few small levers that you can do, like the lodging tax and perhaps a small exemption on the property tax. But when it push comes to shove, more taxes that pay for good things for poor people is better than borrowing money in the municipal bond market and paying that interest to rich people who invest in municipal bonds. So to fund a robust social democracy, we need taxes, and taxes pay for good things. Pay for housing, pay for schools, pay for buses, pay for sidewalks, transportation. And clearly, to the extent that you can figure out how to make them more progressive rather than regressive, that's great. But given the restrictions that the city runs under with the Dillon rule, I would say don't decide not to do something because you can't figure out a way to pay for it. And I would advise against borrowing money when you can tax it directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston.
Our next speaker will be Chris Meyer, who has been promoted to panelist. Chris, you have 3 minutes. You're on with council.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors, mayor and vice mayor. I appreciate your time and effort and all the, I think, work and diligence you've been putting into these decisions around the budget and the real estate tax rate. I'd like to voice my approval for raising the real estate taxes. Our community is undertaxed at the real estate tax rate. I think you're all aware of comparatively for other municipalities of our size, our peers, that we are not taxing at the appropriate level, the real estate. For other AAA bond rated municipalities like ourselves, I did the math. I think I've sent that to you all. They average $1.13 per $100. We're at 95 cents. We're 18 cents away from the average of, if we want to be considered the same, again, our peers from the AAA bond rating. And this was, again, at least was a focus of the city staff a couple months ago. I don't think we should lose our AAA bond rating. And thus, I do think we should raise taxes in order to make those investments that we need to, and that we don't have to live in suboptimal infrastructure like our middle schools, which you've all toured and are aware of. I will say, I've seen what Albemarle County did in 2013. They made the hard decision to start raising real estate taxes. Their example of a stepwise approach, raising it 2 cents or 6 cents, sorry, excuse me, a total of 8 cents over 6 years is a way that we should be considering raising the revenue again to afford the infrastructure projects. It'll be very reasonable. In the meantime, obviously, you can be pursuing other types of revenue, like a sales tax referendum, et cetera, and I think that will happen. In the meantime, though, we need to get moving. I appreciate the city manager's suggestion on at least a 2 cent raise. I would look at potentially more, but we also need to get moving on schools and the other expenses we have in order to take advantage of lower borrowing costs at the moment before interest rates rise potentially, and the inflationary effects we're seeing at the moment. You've seen what's happened when we have not taken action over the last 13, 14 years and how long this project is now costs. Waiting and not taking action now and not raising real estate taxes now to start paying for it would be an error. Please raise our real estate taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Our next speaker is John Marshall. John, you're back on with council.
Hey, council. I spoke earlier about 240 Stribling Avenue, and Cabell Romer was also an approved speaker for that, but she and I are sharing a Zoom, so she was skipped over. And whether now or later, she would, of course, like the opportunity to speak about that before you guys vote on it.
I'm not sure what we do about that. Any thoughts, councilors?
And we had actually okayed this with your deputy of council before the meeting, but she skipped over anyway.
Yeah, I think that if they're available to speak now, it's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry, this is Kina. That would have been to share a 3-minute slot that the approval was given.
To share.
What do you
So
think,
what does
folks?
that mean? Do I?
If you have something to add that is different from what John Marshall had said, happy to hear from you.
Okay, well, do I have 3 minutes or were they saying I had less? And mine's very different.
Well, we have moved on from that topic. Please keep it as brief as you can.
Okay, well, let's see. I'm a resident of the county, but I do have a studio on Stribling. I'm concerned because I think this whole big development, as it evolves, is going to set a precedent for the way things are done in Charlottesville for the next several years. I do believe in compromise, and I've not seen a lot of that happening with the 240 Stribling PUD. I do think that Charlottesville has a reputation of being creative and being problem solving. And there are a lot of issues with this big development that I think we can, because of the pandemic, a lot of people were shut out of the situation, myself being one. I am not adept with Zoom meetings, and this is the 4th attempt to be able to talk to you guys. Okay. The street is on the National Register, the neighborhood is, and it's the oldest street. And that's not really been discussed, at least that I've heard. It was noted in the write-up to get it into the National Trust that most of the houses have a consistent setback, and also that it had an impressive tree canopy. And we want to keep those if possible. Yes, we want affordable housing, but I think we've got to compromise and come up with some creative solutions. On that street, there's the real pretty old school, the architecture. And over time, because the street did not get sidewalks or improvements for 75 years, the vegetation is very close. The trees are big and beautiful, and there's no other park nearby. Lots of people use it as a paved walking trail. And that's a real benefit to the whole community over the long haul, people staying healthy. I did send you a picture of the traffic parked on the side of the road at 7:30 this morning. I hope y'all got it. I'm also concerned about the narrowness of the lanes in the proposed PUD. And looking, the only other place in town where I could find that kind of layout is at the lane that's behind Almere, which overlooks the graveyard off of Elliott. Don't know if you've been to look, but I would advise, I would hope that you would go. I've been doing it off and on over the last year, and it's just very dark to have 3-story tall buildings that close together. And these are going to have garages at the bottom. So there'll be gas fumes and noise and all sorts of other things that aren't very good. And in the development, there are 5 of them in a row, which I'm afraid is going to feel a bit unpleasant. I mean, kind of too regimented, kind of like barracks. Okay, there is no maximum setback stated for the buildings that are on Stribling. There is a minimum setback, and things were amended to create a maximum setback from the sides, but the front was excluded. So I don't think you can really vote on whether that development is harmonious or what's the other term, coordinated, as is required for the approval of a PUD. If you don't know what the setback's going to be, how can you tell? The neighboring houses are set back. The shortest is 45 feet. The others are up to 75 feet.
Ms.
So,
Romer, your time is up. You've been talking about 3.5 minutes now.
okay, I'm sorry. Just one last thing is to get the gravel part of Stribling, somebody committed to keep it in good shape if you do go through with this development. So we at least have an exit. Thanks.
Thank you.
I see no additional raised hands.
All right. So we can close the real estate tax levy public hearing. We will now take public comments specific to the FY 2023 city budget. Again, please note that if you have already spoken on the topic tonight, we did listen. We've been making notes. Don't feel that you have to speak again just to be able to make your point. Please note that there is also a public forum on March 23rd, an official public hearing on April 4th. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Mr. Dillahunt, anybody wish to speak on this topic?
Our first speaker will be Brad Slocum. Brad, you are on with council.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brad Slocum. I'm currently a resident of Stanton, though I commute daily into Charlottesville and was a resident for most of the last decade. I'm also the Secretary of Charlottesville DSA, but I'm speaking tonight in an individual capacity to support funding expansion of the Charlottesville area transit fleet in the 2023 budget and beyond. I've spoken to Council previously about the paramount importance of climate planning and to consider the impact of climate change on the city's most vulnerable residents. Given the extremely delayed status of the city's climate planning process, it's imperative that we take actions and allocate funding now to both reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build resilient infrastructure that will serve our community. One of the best ways to do this is to ensure Director of Transit Garland Williams has the budget he and his staff need to expand the city's bus fleet to achieve 15-minute fixed route service. It's my understanding from his January 18th presentation to Council that this would require replacing CAT buses as well as expanding the fleet. Given backlogs in auto production and supply chains, the city should allocate funding to expand the bus fleet in the short term with existing diesel technology, and at the same time plan via Federal Transit Administration feasibility study and integration plan to invest in electric buses as soon as they are available. In the medium and long terms, buying in now to electric bus infrastructure and vehicles will be less expensive than a double transition to compressed methane gas vehicles and their associated infrastructure. I say this confidently as a former materials engineer. The batteries are coming and they're getting cheaper every year. Simply put, it'll be a false economy to switch twice. Expanding the fleet now with diesel vehicles will help more residents access the public transit system. Also, the reality is that by curtailing individual vehicle use as soon as possible, expanding the diesel fleet will still have a significant impact on reducing the city's overall emissions if CAT and other public transit initiatives are funded at the necessary levels to bring up ridership. One of the top responses to surveys about CAT is that service times are inconsistent to the level of affecting access and overall ridership. Expanding the fleet to achieve reliable service is a key aspect of addressing that. According to Director Williams' presentation, an FTA alternative fuel study would cost just under $200,000 and a full diesel build out around $9 million. I urge you to pursue the study and near-term diesel expansion, anticipating adding electrical vehicles and infrastructure as critical pieces of this budget's commitment to combat climate change and create a more accessible and affordable city. I ride public transit almost every day over the mountain into Charlottesville and can tell you it can work if you make the investment. Thank you for your time and the chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
Next up is Brian Campbell. Brian, you have 3 minutes with Council.
Hello, my name is Brian Campbell, a Woolen Mills resident and a member of the Charlottesville Democratic Socialists of America, and I'd like to speak about the police budget. Charlottesville spends $19 million annually on police. Lynchburg, a city nearly twice as big and with more officers, also spends $19 million on police. On a per capita basis, Charlottesville spends more on police than Albemarle, Waynesboro, Stanton, Roanoke, Harrisonburg, Blacksburg, and Lynchburg, as previously noted. Why do the Charlottesville police spend so much more than their peers? No one knows. Unlike the schools who release a 200-page budget detailing exactly what is being spent and why, the police budget is, in Mayor Snook's words, a black box. Moreover, the CPD wants funding for 117 officers in a city of 47,000, meaning 25 officers per 10,000 residents. Per the FBI, the average for a city of our size is 17. Has the CPD offered any justification for a police force that's 50% larger than the national average? In short, it's clear that the CPD, that the CPD suffers bloat and inefficiency. Council should scale police funding down to a level comparable to other nearby localities. Right now, when there's a high vacancy rate, is the perfect time to do it. This is an easy way for the city to fund other priorities at no cost to the community. I'll email these figures to Council tomorrow with sources so you can verify on your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Next up is Gregory Weaver. Gregory, you're on with Council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
City Council, my name is Greg Weaver. I live in Fry Spring. I'm a member of the Seaville Democratic Socialists of America, though the opinions I share tonight are my own. With this year's budget projected to affect the next 10 years of spending in the city, I feel as though we are at a crossroads. On one hand, we can take decisive action on combating climate change. On the other, we can simply budget for climate denialism. I sincerely believe that everyone in council wants to take climate and its effects on our most vulnerable populations seriously. Now's the time to test your mettle. The only way that we can meet our climate goals is if we drastically change course from a car-centric city to one that is built around mass transit, walkability, and bikeability. I'm talking about a city where every amenity is so accessible for every single person that lives here that no one would even think about getting into their car. I'm talking about a downtown with shops, art, green spaces, and housing in lieu of sprawling parking. I'm talking about a main street where bikers don't have to worry about getting doored or sideswiped. I'm talking about fresh air and citizens being collectively part of a city rather than being a collection of individuals living in a city. This transformation requires expansion to 15-minute bus service, accessible and safe bus stop infrastructure, protected bike lanes, a complete interconnected network of residential and city sidewalks that are ADA compliant, increased density and mixed-use zoning. It also requires time. Unfortunately, time is not a luxury that we as a city or even we as a species have, considering the drastic systemic changes that we need to make in order to make our impact on climate. We can't hamstring ourselves into having to wait 10 years to start this transformation. We must budget for it and get to work now. I invite you to read up on how Paris has been evolving the last few years. If a historical city of over 2 million can make the changes they have, a city of 47,000 definitely can. As my fellow eco-socialists know, solving for climate change by way of this sort of transformation isn't just an environmental issue. It's one of environmental justice, racial justice, social justice, and economic justice. On average, housing is Americans' #1 expense and transportation is #2. When our vulnerable communities already can't afford these expenses, climate change is only going to burden them even more with increased energy and food costs. This is also why it's so important not only to budget for a city labor relations analyst, but to make sure that we have room in the budget now and in the future to provide good pay and benefits for city employees that unionize. We can't ask cab drivers to be the solution to our city's climate problems and pay them wages that force them to live paycheck to paycheck. If we can make these changes now to allow folks to afford to live here and to move freely about to work and to recreation, we can create a city that is beautiful and equitable in the face of its ugly past. We must budget for and go all in on equitable transit. Thank you so much for your hard work and consideration, and I look forward to serving y'all on the Transportation Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Next up is Roxanne White. Roxanne, you have 3 minutes with council.
Good evening. My name is Roxanne White. I'm a former member of the Tree Commission, and I'm here to ask you to approve full funding of $100,000 for tree planting in the CIP. The Tree Commission requested $100,000 to plant 200 trees, a request that was supported and recommended by the Planning Commission. So funding is currently in this budget being proposed only at $75,000. The Tree Commission's report to council last month presented data on the increasing impact of heat islands on our community, how large shade trees are one of the most important local tools that we have for minimizing these higher and more dangerous temperatures, particularly in our low canopy neighborhoods. So here's what the local data is telling us. Charlottesville's tree canopy declined twice as fast in 4 years as it did in the previous 10 years, a loss of over 600 acres of trees. The latest canopy study also showed that 12 out of our 19 neighborhoods are under 40% tree canopy, considered unhealthy, where people suffer more from heat-related illnesses and also pay higher energy bills. Charlottesville had its hottest recorded temperature last summer ever of 103 degrees. Also last summer, the 10th and Page neighborhood, a neighborhood with a 19% tree canopy, the second lowest in the city, recorded 55 days above 90 degrees. That's 10 more days of extreme heat than what's projected for the entire city in 2040, 20 years from now. So not addressing this burgeoning heat crisis is in fact doing harm to these neighborhoods, especially to some of our most vulnerable citizens. So the question for me is, how does the city respond to all this data? For the past 5 years, the city itself has been taking down more trees than it is planted. The city's strategic goal for a green city is to plant 200 trees a year. However, the average for the past 5 years has been about 100 trees a year. Thus, the city is only meeting 50% of its own goal. Under the city's watch, new heat island neighborhoods have been allowed to be built without street trees that provide needed shade for our streets and our sidewalks. I think that the recent pandemic demonstrated that people long for and need outdoor green space for their psychological and their physical health. It's time that we change the paradigm that sees trees merely as landscaping addition to our built environment. Trees are a necessary part of our infrastructure, and they're critical to our survival. Other cities around the country, in fact, around the world, seem to get this and are doing something about it. Where is Charlottesville? What are we doing? What are we doing to regreen and mitigate heat islands in our own neighborhoods? You can start by adding $25,000 to the CIP tree planting so that at the very minimum, you can meet your own goal of planting 200 trees a year.
Ms. White, your time is up.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Katie Yared. Katie, you're on with council.
Hi, my name is Katie Yared. I am a fourth year at UVA and I'm studying policy and sustainability. In August, I helped host a panel through Right Climate about plastic bag related policy, and a working group was formed soon after to move forward on sorting this policy. I've been working on this issue alongside the Piedmont group of the Sierra Club since August, and I am here today to talk about including a plastic bag tax in the budget for 2023. Following Executive Order 77, localities are now able to collect a 5-cent tax for each disposable bag. As I'm sure some of you know, the Albemarle County budget proposes that they will implement a tax on plastic bags by January 1st, 2023, with a projected revenue of $20,000. Following the lead of Albemarle County, the city of Charlottesville has an opportunity to significantly reduce plastic waste and incentivize the use of reusable bags. I, like many others, am primarily concerned with the equity implications for this tax. Equity should not be an afterthought of implementing this tax, and it seems that there are ways in which revenue can be intentionally used to mitigate the disproportionate impacts on low-income individuals and families. Proceeds can be used to provide reusable bags to SNAP recipients or people in the Women, Infants, and Children program. The Piedmont Group has already bought bags to distribute at Loaves and Fishes in the coming weeks. Funds can also be used to do cleanups and environmental education, which can be a really vital part of getting people to welcome and understand this tax. The hope is that as long as people are provided with reusable bags, that a 5-cent tax wouldn't be a burden to people, but it would be a push to avoid plastic. In the past few months of working on this issue, I have noticed that it only takes small pushes to get people to change their behavior. People really do care about plastic waste and they care about the environment as much as they also care about convenience. To respond to this, we have been working to get signage put up at grocery stores in hopes of reminding people to bring their reusable bags. As close as this issue is to me, I still forget my bags sometimes. My roommates used to make fun of me because I would carry all my groceries in my arms when I would go to the car. But now they also are carrying all their groceries in their arms because as much as people value convenience, when a cause becomes salient to them, they are willing to act. And I think the people of Charlottesville are willing to act too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Yared.
Next up is Mark Rylander. Mark, you have 3 minutes with council.
Thank you. Good evening. I represent the Charlottesville Tree Commission. The goal of a robust tree canopy came through loud and clear from the public once again in the comprehensive plan process, but the proposed budget is not allowing us to meet the goal, and we have 2 requests related to the current budget. First, we propose planting 200 trees per year so that we can plant more trees than are being removed. As you all saw in our recent State of the Forest report for 5 years running, we're falling short of the goal due to the lack of funding. And for every 8 trees planted, 10 have been removed. So you can't get there from here. We proposed $100,000 to cover 200 trees, which is a $450 to $500 each installed cost. Staff submitted 75,000. The Planning Commission restored it to 100, and then the current budget, it's back at 75,000. thousand. So we're asking you to increase that line item back to 100,000 so that we can begin to actually make some progress on restoring the canopy that's been lost, 660 acres in the recent study since 2004, a tenth of the city's area. We ask you to consider tree planting as an infrastructure investment. It's an investment that grows with sunlight and some watering by Parks and Rec staff. Like all compounding investments, the sooner you plant, the greater the growth in the future. You can't wait 10 years to plant it and then plant a 30-foot tree. So planting them now at the smaller size is a prudent way to approach increasing the canopy. The second line item, second request, is related to the emerald ash borer, which is decimating our ash trees, and we've proposed 105,000 per year over the next several years based on observed and projected dieback. We ask that you keep that amount in the budget so that those upcoming removals don't cut into Parks and Rec's operational and maintenance budget. Please invest in our tree infrastructure. No other line item in your budget creates oxygen, sequesters carbon, provides habitat for thousands of species, cleans the air, cools pavement, and provides color and delight throughout the seasons for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rylander.
Up next is Emily Yen. Emily, you have 3 minutes with council.
Hi, my name is Dr. Emily Yen. I am a resident of Charlottesville, and I'm also a member of Charlottesville DSA. I strongly urge you to keep the labor relations analyst position outlined in the draft budget in the final budget. It's important for the city to hire this staff member as soon as possible so it can fulfill city's council's stated commitment to collective bargaining. I know that the city council has a number of priorities and are looking to cut costs given all the priorities. I urge you to consider leaving the vacancies in the police department vacant, since this is an easy cost-cutting strategy that will not lose any jobs since these positions are already vacant. I also want to highlight from the 2022 budget, the line item for $33,906 for SWAT support, even though that SWAT had been disbanded. And so I know that these are all like relatively small items, but these dollars add up. So I just want you to consider these priorities as you move forward. Thank you so much for having me speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Jen Du. Jen, you are on with council.
Hi, my name is Jen Du, and I live in the Fry Spring neighborhood. I just want to echo some fellow GSA members' sentiments tonight and stress the importance of this council following through on commitments made to us. 45% reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, the endorsement of the Affordable Housing Plan, and collective bargaining for city employees. The Affordable Housing Plan would directly prevent further gentrification and displacement of our most vulnerable communities. It's estimated to directly support up to 2,000 households facing housing insecurity per year. This plan is a critical approach for the city to rectify policies that have led to stark racial disparities in home ownership, including 1 in 4 Black homeowners moving out of the city or losing their homes from 2000 to 2018. We must reverse this racial inequity and loss of community. With a greater supply of and better preservation of affordable housing, we must also invest now in our mass transit system to make any headway toward our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal by shifting away from our dependency on single occupancy vehicles. Addressing transit costs can alleviate overall costs, particularly for low-income households, which already face a significant and disproportionate energy burden of up to 6 to 20% or more of their income, according to analysis by the Community Climate Collaborative. Funding mass transit will make our city more accessible for all and will put more money back in our pockets, as personal vehicle expenses can make up a significant fraction of families' budgets. If we have more frequent and reliable service and safer and more accessible bus infrastructure, the city would become a much more people-centric, connected, and cleaner place to live and work. And increased ridership could grant us access to state and federal funding to further invest in our system. In addition, preserving allocation for the labor relations analyst position to see through the city's commitment to collective bargaining for municipal employees is another prong in the city's approach to transforming Charlottesville into a city that puts people first, granting them power in their workplaces and making the city a better, more equitable place to work, including for city services such as transit. I urge you to remain steadfast in these commitments. They will work hand in hand to improve quality of life for all here and combat our contributions to climate change. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Du.
Our next speaker is Joy Johnson. Joy, you are on with council.
Good evening again. My name is Joy Johnson, and I'm also a member of CLIC. I would like, CLIC would like to fully, ask that you fully fund the affordable housing plan at least $10 million annually, and pair bus tax increase with maximum tax and rent release for the very low income under 50% AMI. Increase the funding for the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program, CSCRAP. Payment standard need to be increased because people with the vouchers are priced out of the local housing market. We recommend that you increase the payment standard to 150% fair market rent and increase CSCRAP allocation accordingly. Create a thorough plan how to use almost 10 million in American Rescue Plan funding to provide as much help as possible to local residents who continue to struggle with the effect of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Up next is Ange Khan. Ange, you're on with council.
Thanks. Let's see. If I remember correctly, critical areas pertaining to housing went underfunded last budget season as well. They were unfunded while the police budget continues to increase. There's no reason council should be considering or approving an increase in the police budget, jail and detention center expansions, especially when these vital areas continuously suffer. CPD funding should not be a priority during any budget session, especially when police funding is unfortunately available at state and federal levels. I just wanted to speak on that. I do remember that FAR, the interim program, was also underfunded last year as well as CLIC. I'm advocating for a full funding for both of those, as well as the Haven and LAJC. I'm going to ask that you all continue to support COVID relief efforts as it pertains to housing, food, and other areas. Landlords are utilizing a loophole, and I'm not sure if it's even legal, where they're not allowing the renewal of leases if a tenant has not been on time with their rental payments for 6 consecutive months. I know this because I work with several different areas that provide funding for these programs. And I'm speaking in my individual capacity at the moment. So what this does is prompts the tenants to enter into uncertainty and ultimately homelessness when their rent isn't paid. These tenants include single, partnered, and those with children. For those with children, this could very well lead them into a CPS case, depending on their circumstances. So this is a very crucial area that needs to be funded. Although restrictions are being lifted and folks are trying to get back to quote unquote normalcy, the effects of COVID are still impacting our most vulnerable populations. I would also like to have the current numbers of the housing choice vouchers that were turned into CRHA, because I know I've been working with other community members in locating housing, and there just is no housing available to them for various reasons. So I would like to have those numbers at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
Next up, we have Bill Emery. Bill, you are on with council.
You're
will need
muted,
to
Bill.
Unmute.
Good evening, council. I hadn't really planned to speak, but the tax rate thing, I think that you should, take money from the rich people, but as you do it gently enough so that they don't all leave town. Sort of like milking a cow. You don't want to whip up on them too hard. I'd love to see, with all our technology, a heat map of the city to where the general funds go. And that's really everything from me. Soak the rich. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker is Asia Green. Asia, you are on with council, and you will need to be promoted to panelist. We appear to have lost Asia. We can try and get her back here in a moment. I got the same error message that we've gotten before with Chris Meyer, that they have to be made a panelist first. And I believe she may not have been aware of that.
She's coming, looks like
Oh, we
she's
hear
coming
you.
back.
There we go. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry about that. My computer messed up. Hello, my name is Asia Green, and my family and I are residents of public housing. I am speaking today to ask for funding for the Charlottesville Public Housing Association of Residents, also known as FAR. This is the first time that I have ever reached out to the City Council to ask for support in any organization. But FAR is such an important part of the housing community that I would feel amiss if I did not speak up. I have seen this wonderful organization touch the lives of so many people in need with their positivity, sincerity, and dedication. Their ongoing effort to make sure that every housing resident has a voice should not only be celebrated, but looked upon as an important part of what makes city housing work. I share this view not only as a housing resident, but also as a FAR intern, just one of the important programs that they offer. I cannot begin to express how the FAR internship have changed my life for the better and how much I have grown since I've started the program. They truly put residents first, and their support and guidance have given me the confidence to not just voice my opinions, but to also work on making positive changes throughout my community. Please help support the Charlottesville Housing Association of Residents. By doing so, you will not only be supporting people like me and my family, but you will also be supporting so many others who otherwise would be unheard without FAR's helping hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Next up, we have Katrina Turner. Katrina, you are on with council.
Looks like she just went away.
Yes, we might, I guess, try and bring her back in. Shelby Edwards is up next. Shelby, you are on with council.
Okay.
Good evening, Charlottesville City Councilors and stakeholders. My name is Shelby Marie Edwards. I use she, her, and hers, and I am the Executive Director of the Charlottesville Public Housing Association of Residents, also known as SPAR. I'm a product of the Charlottesville Public City School System and a Charlottesville native. I would like to reiterate the words of some of my amazing staff members tonight, Paola Covarrubias, Kelsey Jones, as well as Asia Green. Please fund FAR, especially our FAR internship program, and also our resident-led redevelopment efforts. Many thanks to FAR Board Chair Joy Johnson, who's providing us all support, as we also provide support to Joy, who has been advocating and doing this work for so long. I would also like to use this time to echo what Myra Anderson questioned about earlier as far as the Marcus alert. I had the pleasure of knowing Marcus during his lifetime, and it's important to me, both as an individual and as a leader in this community, that we have an alternate way to address mental and behavioral health crises in the city of Charlottesville. Thank you so much for the consideration, y'all. I appreciate you. And once again, thank you for the gift of your time.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Our next speaker is William Abrahamson. William, you are back on with council.
Thank you. Earlier tonight, I spoke on Stribling Avenue as part of the Friday Springs Neighborhood Association. Now I'm speaking as myself, as a citizen. I want to speak in support of the further funding for FAR and the work that team of all the residents is doing across the city, at Firth Street, at 6th Street. They are an incredible resource for our whole community in terms of learning and teaching and developing and leading the path for where this city should go. Please fund that in its entirety of their request. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no additional raised hands.
Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'll close this public comment period. We are now ready to move on to the next resolution. Do we need a break, council? Anybody? Okay.
5 minutes would be good for me.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back promptly, and Mr. Cullinan, hang in there.
Hey, Sina,
Yeah,
are you able to hear me okay?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. I've got
Okay,
some
good.
your doodads here, so thank you.
I've got homemade tabbouleh.
We need Vice Mayor Wade, and then we'll be back in the saddle.
We're resending the link.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to go, I think. So, Mr. Cullinan, you got this one?
I've got this one. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Chris Cullinan, the city's Director of Finance. This agenda item is the first of two readings for approval of a resolution to appropriate American Rescue Plans for eligible local activities totaling $536,553.97. There are actually 9 individual requests within this appropriation. I'm going to touch on each one just very briefly, along with the dollar amount. Those are itemized in the agenda item that you have, but I'll just go through those briefly. The first request is for operational costs for portable air sanitizing units of about $62,000. Second request is for the Department of Social Services technology needs promote hybrid and remote work of about $6,000. There's a request of $60,000 for fire department communications equipment. The fourth request is $92,000 for improvements to the city manager's office to make permanent some of the improvements that have been made for social distancing and for servicing the public. Request number 5 is about $20,000 for city council chamber improvements, much for some of those same purposes, to make it safer for you all, for the public, to go back to in-person meetings. There's a $138,000 request for the hotline coordinator. This is a position that would actually be for 2 years to help staff the hotline to service folks in need who've been impacted by COVID. Request number 7 is $51,053.97 for City Hall ambassadors. As I'm sure you're aware, the treasurer's office and the folks on the first floor have been making use of personnel to help folks in City Hall to work the appointment system, to get them where they need to be in a safe manner relative to the public health emergency. Request number 8 is $100,000 for City Hall lobby and first floor improvements. This is actually to supplement some funds that were appropriated back at the beginning of the fiscal year. We actually have schematic drawings in place now and some cost estimates for that. And then finally, request number 9 is for additional cleaning supplies and equipment for the fire department, totaling $7,500. One thing I would just note, I believe there was a comment during matters by the public around some of these eligibility categories. These are actually the eligibility categories as defined by the federal government, by U.S. Treasury in their rules. And so this is meant to tick and tie with that. So when we go back to report on these funds or to classify them of how we use them vis-a-vis the final rule from U.S. Treasury, it helps us do that. And so with this appropriation, this is actually the 4th appropriation from our first tranche of $9.8 million. If you all approve it in the amount of $536,553.97, this will leave just a little bit shy of $5 million from the first tranche of ARP funds. And as a reminder, we are expecting to receive our second tranche of $9.8 million sometime in the May time frame. That's when we received it last year. We don't have an official date of notice as to when to receive it, but certainly we will advise council when we do receive that. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Councilors have any questions for Mr. Cullinan? Well, I've got a couple questions for you. Don't want you to feel unloved. One of the proposals that has been made to us is that we should be using ARP funds to pay for the construction of a path between Mickey Drive and Greenbrier School. And there's a specific provision, at least in the regulations, I assume in the statute itself that would permit it, that says that A, outdoor activities are generally good, B, that walking trails and things like that are generally good. And I'm just wondering whether you have looked into that or whether others have looked into that to give us a sense of whether here, I mean, here's something that we've been, as a community, have been wanting for at least 5 years. It happens to fit the criteria in that it allows for a walking possibility for the relatively poor kids at Mickey Drive to get to their school. It would seem to check all the boxes. Is there some, I mean, have you all looked into that?
Mayor Snook, I have not looked into that. I apologize. I have heard that request. I've not seen the details of it. I will work with the city manager's office to track those down and to reread the regulations vis-a-vis that request, and we'll have something back to you all with an update for that. But So my short answer is I don't know if that is eligible or not. One of the tricky things with ARP is there are a number of buckets of money that are out there. Some of which, you know, our money is from one. There are monies that go straight to the Commonwealth. For others, there are others that are available at the federal level. Some that even go to the nonprofit sector. And so I just haven't read the regulations through that filter, but we'll do so and have a report back to you.
Okay. Well, I will send to you then the reference, and in fact, I think it's page 135 of the 400 and some page booklet that came out that lists that. And I'm always, however, cautious to say that just because it looks like it ought to fit doesn't mean that somebody who looks carefully at the regs will agree. So anyway, I'll get to that.
Thank you.
Second issue, the second question I had is, do we expect that the rules of the road for the second tranche will be basically the same as for the first tranche?
That's my understanding, is that Treasury just released the final rules maybe about 6 weeks ago at this point. It's my understanding that those are going to be the rules going forward for the duration of the ARP money, in terms of when we receive it, when we have to obligate it, when we have to finally spend and report on it. So those have been set.
Okay. But as far as the kinds of things we can spend on, it's going to be essentially the same.
I would say we've gotten more clearance on what those things are. The first set of interim rules has some very big, broad categories to it, but not a lot of specificity. And during that interim rulemaking phase, Treasury received comments from a whole slew of folks, professional organizations, that have gotten clarity around several of those items. So, you know, I think we have a better idea of what's in play, what our options are, and what we can do with it.
Okay. Other counselors have any questions?
Yes. And a little broader than these specific allocations, but do we have clarity in terms of the rules around allowable uses around affordable housing?
That is one of the allowable uses. Off the top of my head, I know it's allowed for both the provision of affordable housing in terms of funds to help folks acquire it, but also for the construction of it as well. And so that is one of the, as I mentioned before, that's one of the areas that we've received some additional clarification on exactly what that means, so that there is an opportunity for that. And I think if I could, for just a moment, jump off on just two thoughts that I wanted to share with you. One is, you know, when we received these funds back in May of last year, you know, and it seems like so long ago now, you know, I would describe the way we've been using these funds as being responsive to COVID. Because if you think about a year ago, it was vaccine rollout. There was that 4 to 6 weeks when it seemed like we had beat COVID, and then Delta came along, and then testing, and then Omicron. And, you know, if you look back at the appropriations that council has approved, you know, from this first tranche of money, it's really been responsive as COVID has continued to impact us in new and different ways, and the different curveballs it's thrown us. I'm hoping that with the COVID numbers getting better, barring any new variants, but obviously we do hear about some in the news, that I'm hoping that we can sort of shift from that more responsive mode to a more strategic one, because these are a significant amount of money. And I'm hoping that, as I said, with us hopefully get out of the darker days of the pandemic, and perhaps even moving to more of an endemic state that's maybe a little bit more predictable, that we have that opportunity as a staff and to work with you all in the community in some more strategic uses of these funds. Like I said, with if you approve the appropriation you have tonight, it'll leave just a little less than $5 million from the first tranche. We have roughly, we'll just call it $10 million for rounding purposes in the next one. So that's roughly $15 million that we could use for a whole host of things and opportunities. There are obviously some guardrails around that, which we would walk you through. But I do think that I do hope that we can have that conversation and that thoughtful discussion with you all and with the community about the opportunities. But I say that also to remember, though, that every time we think we understand COVID and we think where we know it's going, it takes us somewhere different. And so I would also just hesitate to say that, again, these funds are used to respond to the economic, public health, safety issues of COVID, and would certainly want to make sure that we keep something in our back pocket to continue to be able to respond to that in the future.
Yeah, and I would totally agree. And that was going to be my next question is just, how and when can we start to have some conversations around strategic uses? And I definitely think we need to give a lot of thought and care to that question. I'm sure Councilor McGill and Vice Mayor Wade could back this up as well, but the National League of Cities Conference, it was just very interesting to hear how many cities were thinking and planning about being really strategic about how these can be part of really transformative projects that have a long-term impact and not purely just, this was the first budget request that came to us, let's do that, which we're not doing. But just when could we expect to start to get into those conversations? Because obviously that's going to have a major impact on how we look at our budget planning, the next several years.
Sure. I think the earliest opportunity would be probably sometime in the June timeframe, once we've actually make sure we receive the second tranche of money.
Right.
We have it in the books, so to speak. And then, obviously you have gone through this budget process, we'll be getting ready to roll into the new fiscal year. And as you all know, there is no such thing as a budget off season. We're always doing something with it. And so I think sometime in that June timeframe, as we head into the summer months, where maybe the pressures and the throes of sort of the conversations we're having this evening and during this time of year aren't quite as acute, maybe have that opportunity to have some thoughts, have a more thoughtful discussion, a more strategic discussion around these funds. And again, hopefully by that time, the COVID numbers will have continued to get better and decrease, and we'll have some degree of confidence that the darker days are behind us.
For sure. Yeah, and definitely agree. I think, these funds combined with the possibilities in the infrastructure law open up a lot of possible space, but it's obviously going to take a little bit of time and planning for us to figure out how to get there. But thank you.
Other councilors?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councilor Payne just said. Mr. Cullinan just spoke to as well. I hope we can have a thoughtful process where we really think about all we can do with these funds, and it's inclusive and strategic. So I appreciate, Mr. Cullinan, your work and keeping an eye on the horizon in terms of those funds. So thank you.
I would also like to just put two cautionary things out here. One, until we actually get that second, because they almost clawed it back a couple of weeks ago. There was it came very close a couple of weeks ago to not being given to us. And until we actually get that check in, I appreciate that we've been very careful with this. The other thing is everything I was hearing up in DC, while the CARES funds were all about the emergency need in the moment. And so the ARPA money, it's some of that, but there are more restrictive monitoring guidelines on it, and more restrictions in some ways in the CARES money. It can be used for more things, but the monitoring and the follow-up and the policy around it is more restrictive. And they're sliding in all sorts of ways to try to say, nope, you can't use it for that. You need to pay that out of your own general fund dollars. So I just do want to throw that out there. I'm not saying we don't dream big and we don't make it work and we don't do stuff with it. I want us all to be just aware that Treasury is slipping in all sorts of little details.
Okay. Vice Mayor Wade, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to what Council
Miguel said about the funding. It wasn't just Charlottesville was going to lose it. Congress was trying to take that kind of second half of that money away from all cities and counties, and it was a lot of work on legislator on all sides to say no. Localities are dependent on this, so advocacy really works. Because they saw there's some open money to pay for some other initiatives. So anyway, it's constant work. Is until we get that check in the account, it's not there yet. So thank you.
Anybody else? Do we have an agreement that we should move this to the consent agenda on April 4th for the second reading? Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so 'twill be done. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you all.
Next item is 1613 Grove Street Extended. And we've got, and Matt, you're in charge of this one?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. The Mayor, Council, tonight you'll be holding a discussion on 3 applications related to proposed development on vacant land at the end of Valley Road Extended. The project is referenced as 1613 Grove Street Extended and includes lots 2301 33000, 2301 34000, and 2301 35000. The properties are owned by Lorvin Investments LLC and represented by Justin Shimp of Shimp Engineering. The 3 applications include a rezoning request to change the zoning district classification from R2 residential 2-family to R3 residential multifamily with proffered conditions, a critical slope waiver request, and a request for a special use permit to increase the density and adjust the development's yard requirements are also under review. The development being proposed are for 4 low-rise apartment buildings with 8 one-bedroom units and 20 two-bedroom units for a total of 28 units on the site. The applications also include 2 proffered conditions as related to the rezoning. The proffers include prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy from the city's building official for the 7th dwelling unit on the property, the owner shall contribute $48,000 to the City of Charlottesville's capital improvement program as a cash contribution for construction of pedestrian improvements within the Fifield neighborhood. And number 2, 8 of the 28 units will be affordable for no less than 10 years. Please see the attached proffer statement for covenants and additional details in your packet materials. Planning Commission held meetings on the proposed developments on May 11th, 2021, October 21st, 2021, and March 8th of this year. Traffic, affordability of units, scale of the buildings were the main points of focus from the commission. In addition, members of the community who spoke brought up characters of the development as it relates to the surrounding neighborhood, anticipated problems with parking in the poor condition of Valley Road Extended, and the issues that it would bring trying to improve it. At the public hearing on March 8th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of all 3 applications to City Council. This concludes staff's presentation. We're here to answer questions, and the applicant is also present tonight with a short presentation.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you for that. Did you say the Planning Commission approved it unanimously? Is that correct, this last time around?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there questions or comments from council on this?
Well, I do apologize. No, it was not unanimous. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead in tonight. It was voted, recommended approval on all 3, but it was not a unanimous vote on all 3.
It was 4-3.
Right.
Thank you. I was jumping ahead in the evening.
It's understandable.
Yes, they passed 4-3, and on the critical slope was 5-2.
Could you, I'm sure if I had read through the details even more closely, I would know this, but in terms of what could be built by right there, how many units that would be versus what we're getting?
21 units, right?
No, so by right, they are R2 lots, so you could actually do 3 to what's called two family, so you could get 6 units currently by right under the current configuration. Or you would have to actually do a boundary line adjustment to get frontage on Valley Road extended. Right now, 2 of the lots front on an unimproved Grove Street extended.
And we're getting 28, is that what I understood?
If it was rezoned and the special use, the units would be 28 units.
So I just had a question about the affordable housing, like Ms. Johnson said, and this came up during the public hearing. What are we defining as affordable housing? Or, you know, and I just want to ensure that it can be written in there, because I've seen this already, that, you know, down the road that the city is not going to be asked to foot in the bill for those affordable housing, that this is a project of the applicant. I mean, I just want to know that now, if it's like any kind of, you know, say, well, we actually expect for you to pay for the A, B, and C. That's usually what the city does. And so I want to start from this point on and making sure that if an applicant or developer said they're going to do affordable housing, that they're going to do 100% of it, if that's what they're proffering. So if someone can just give me that assurance and tell me what we think when someone comes to apply for that home, or what guidelines will will we be looking at?
Certainly, Councilor, and this has been an issue we have been tackling as a city. When we talk about affordability, we have our code section, but when an applicant comes forward and is making a proffer related to the rezoning, and they call something affordable, they have the ability to kind of define their affordability. With that, I actually will turn it over to the applicant, because he can probably better explain how they wrote their proffer statement to address affordability. Justin.
Sure. Thank you, Matt. Justin Schimpf, engineer of the project, and I have Kelsey Schlon in my office too, who's got a lot of the facts and figures and the affordability. She can jump in if she needs to. But as Matt said, one of the challenges over time was that we would write a proffer, and let's go back 4 or 5 years, and it simply said we provide the units affordable at some percentage, but there was no mechanism within that as to how that would be enforced. And so we worked very closely with the city attorney's office on this to develop essentially an agreement that goes along with the proffer statement that matches the city's policy. So for example, there are terms spelled out within on how much the rent will be, and then also the rent limitations on both income and then on the folks, what the rental price is. So these are 100% developer funded. So it depends on what you calculate market rent in the area, but I think it's somewhere around a $250,000 to $300,000 commitment on this project to affordability. The developer is paying themselves essentially by virtue of subsidizing the rent in this instance. And that has been done. We have developed a means in which the city can enforce that, just as they do within a project that triggers your affordable housing ordinance. There's a zoning mechanism and an agreement that sets forth all the terms. So that would be required of the landlord to operate the development.
So thank you. I guess this is for question for Lisa. Are we confident that in that agreement that we have is that the developer is 100% going to develop those affordable units. It's not like, 2 years down the road, we're going to be asked to, pay a certain portion of it because that's what we typically do type of thing.
Well, I think that, so once a proffer is approved, it becomes basically one of the zoning regulations applicable to the property. So the first, it's whether or not somebody's compliant will need to be determined by the zoning administrator down the road. And then second, the city really hasn't ever had a policy to date about whether or not it will provide funding to support a particular unit that the developer was offering to be affordable. So, and this proffer does not address the question of whether or not there could be further support for the unit. So I apologize if I'm not following your question.
So no, maybe I'm just being a little bit cynical because I just wanted assurance that the developer said he's going to, in this case it's Mr. Shemp, but just in general that this particular proffer says that he's going to provide those affordable units and that we're not liable to pay any portion to construct those affordable units. And it sounds like, I'm not sure if you're not understanding my question or, it's.
So this proffer statement does not obligate the city to pay any money. And as a general rule, I would advise if it did require the city to pay money, that obligation would be in the nature of a contract instead of a zoning regulation. And that's not what a proffer is for.
Okay.
So
Good.
this does not require that. What I can tell you is that this proffer is better written than many that we've had in the past. So while we
Good.
believe it is fairly specific as to what the requirements are, something like a written proffer, just like a city ordinance, the test comes down the road when you try to enforce it and really, I can't give you 100% assurance, but I will tell you that this proffer is much more specific than any that we've received in the past. So in that regard, I believe it says exactly what Mr. Shemp has represented it to say.
Well, thank you. I did countless of these as a transportation planner for the county, proffering transportation improvements, and we would send it to the attorney, the county attorney, to make sure that down the road they could enforce it. So I'm glad that you reviewed. I do have one other question, and then I'll hush for this project, and that is, where did we get 10 years from? And that seems relatively, a short time. But again, I'm new to this. So again, Lord, I can use this for a few more months now. But it just doesn't, 10 years, is that what we typically, use as the time period? It seemed kind of short, but, I don't know.
Right now, we don't have a typical time period. If you want to think of these things as a sliding scale, many places use a period of about 30 years as standard. But if affordability is being offered at an 80%, you often see those timelines shortened a bit. But there is no standardized city affordability period right now. Within a set of proffers, again, we're dealing with matters that are being voluntarily offered by a developer. So it's a little bit, even if we had sort of a standardized approach, you know, a developer may or may not be offering something that's consistent with the city's own zoning standards. Within a set of proffers, a developer is offering something that's supposed to be beyond the requirements of a city program, but we don't really have a standardized program yet.
If I could interject just quickly on that topic, there is a affordable housing ordinance. I don't know that anyone maybe particularly likes it or find it sufficient, but just as a like just for the size of this project, just for the record, that we would actually not trigger any affordable housing. So to Mr. Robertson's point, there's sort of no standard for this situation because there's no ordinance that addresses this. I'm sure in the future you all have a policy that deals with this more specifically, or a new ordinance will deal with bonus provisions for affordability and things. But right now we're sort of working without one. Thus we kind of come up with what really we can. By current code, there would be no required affordable housing. This developer has offered the 8 units for up to 10 years. And so it's kind of, you know, there could be, for example, less affordability for longer years. It sort of comes down to how much rent abatement, if you will, is being offered. And we're talking here about $250,000 to $300,000 of basically the developer offering to subsidize rent in exchange for approval of the project, or is offsetting an impact for the project. I think what we heard from the folks and the planning commissioners early on was something effective. You know, the developer originally came through with more of a maybe thinking student housing, and we heard really, no, let's make this more geared towards family and more geared towards people in the, you know, community. And thus it was redesigned to, you know, move that direction. And with the understanding that, yes, we are creating a development of higher density, but along with that are opportunities, including creating affordable housing, which we believe offset any other impacts that may occur from the project.
Yeah, so as I read through the proffers, there's 14% goes to 80% of AMI and 14% of the units go to 65% of AMI. I think that's what I read. So 28% of 28 is roughly 8 units. So so that's good. Is the part how I've not actually seen like a model of I've been looking for images of it. Is the parking kind of tucked up underneath it?
Sure, I have a presentation. I wasn't going to give the whole thing, but I can share my screen if everyone's okay with that to sort of give you the high level overview.
Yeah, that's all I'd like. Yeah.
If it'll help answer the questions, sure.
Yeah,
we don't need an entire PowerPoint at this juncture.
Yeah, just
understood. Yeah, I feel like most folks have, this has been around a bit and have heard about it. And everyone see my screen all right there?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so let me just roll down here to the applicable. So here's the plan. So basically you enter in the middle of the site, and then these orange buildings here, the dark orange is sort of the basement level or first floor, and then there's an overhang over the parking. So the parking sort of tucks underneath the buildings in the center. These zones on either end are actually a covered amenity space, sort of for outdoor activities. This is not part of the building here. And here, the buildings themselves are about 5,000 square foot in footprint, and there are 4 of them, kind of one at each corner of the site.
Okay, how many stories too?
These are 3 stories and change. Let me go back to that. So here's a section of the site. So there's a first level, 2 stories here, a first level, then actually 2.5 stories. We have some bedrooms kind of tucked up in the attic of this building. We were trying to use some creative architecture to get some extra bedrooms in here without creating structures that really felt taller than 3 stories.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So the way I'm reading one of these proffers is that it's, so you, by right, it's 6 units could be built here. We're looking at 28 units instead, which is what, 400 and little over 4.5 times as much. It says 14% will be for rent. such that the monthly cost of rent, including tenant paid utilities, does not exceed 125% of the fair market rent established by HUD by unit bedrooms for the Charlottesville MSA. And 14% will be for rent AUs such that the monthly cost of rent, including any paid utilities, does not exceed the FMR by unit bedrooms for the Charlottesville MSA. Isn't that the same thing?
No, effectively we use the FMR is the, you know, the lower rent. It's like approximately a 65% AMI. Maybe it's gotten a little lower now. And then the 125 is basically that number multiplied times 125%. So it ends up being more like an 80% AMI unit. And we got that number because the city back a year or so ago updated the policy where folks at a rents of 125% AMI would be eligible for housing vouchers. So basically you have some sort of, let's call them workforce target housing and some more affordable housing is what people might say about them. So there's two different tiers of affordability. The 125 is simply 25% more than the FMR rents. I have those numbers if you're curious.
So for a 1-bedroom apartment, FMR is what, 1,077, 25% of that is $270. So you've got 1,000. So about 1,350 is what would be the cap on a rental unit for a 1-bedroom.
Yeah, they're about 1328 by our math, including
Yeah,
utilities.
I was rounding up a few
Yes,
dollars.
that's right. And then
All right.
the
And
lower,
so
yes.
what would bedrooms monthly cost, including any tenant paid, does not exceed the FMR by unit bedrooms? I don't see the difference in those sentences, but I mean, they're both based on FMR,
One of them is 125% times FMR.
right?
The other
And
is
the other
not.
does just says including any tenant paid utilities does not exceed. Okay, so it's that 25% is missing.
Right.
The tenant utilities. Okay. So one is 1,077 and one is 1,347.
So I have I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just a quick follow-up question. I'm sorry, I had some internet coming in and out. What would a voucher holder be able to come to this unit and say, here, because I'm afraid that this is so close to the university that, I've seen it a lot of times that a university student, and they very well may be of low wealth, but a lot of times they are not. They kind of, so that they can take advantage of opportunities like this. But primarily, will voucher holders be able to take advantage of this location?
Yes. That was the part of what we were encouraged to look into with the planning commission. And then part of the units being split is you have some that are, all 8 of them become voucher eligible, the ones at 125 and below. And so you pick up 8 possible units in that regard.
But I'm going to bring this up for everyone just to remember. Even if something becomes affordable, many times voucher holders are not accepted because of poor rent, either poor rental history in their past, poor budget, poor credit scores. These are all things that often happen with somebody who has a voucher. And I know this is not part of this process. I am just stating this in general, not making any assumptions about this particular project. But oftentimes we do run across that even though an apartment becomes affordable for a voucher holder, it is not actually able to be utilized by a voucher holder because of the restrictive measures of the rental unit, as far as credit scores and everything.
Yeah, and I forget this sort of project at a higher level. I agree with that completely. But to me, as someone who's been in this business a decade now, the problem is the market in Charlottesville is so heavily skewed in favor of the landlords They can make all those rules. We need to flip the dynamic so that they're looking for renters, not the renters looking for landlords, and that would change some of those parameters. And that's I don't know any way to fix that other than building more housing.
Thank you. I just wanted to, like, again, this is not about your project. It's just one of those, we can sometimes mess with even the amounts of the property all we want, but unless a landlord is willing to accept, I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
credit history should be tied to vouchers, but
So, I'm not sure if I heard it, the housing advisory board or commission or my days in planning, but I thought that, vouchers couldn't be used up to the 125% index. Is that so? They can. I just want to make sure that it can, because if we want to start making with housing prices going up, we just want to try to make as many units available as they can. I just want, and I didn't realize that they could go up that high. So that's great. I just wasn't aware of that. So.
Other comments, council?
I guess the one comment I have is the one thing I'm struggling with is my understanding is with our adopted future land use map, this is still not aligned with that designation for this area. And the only concern I just have is in looking at that reality and looking what we're getting in terms of affordability over a 10-year period, is it justifying that, in terms of partnership with CRHA. I would also note that housing choice vouchers, I believe, go up to 100%, 10%, CSRAP goes to 125%. And just sort of what justification, where at the project in terms of affordability are we at in terms of justifying going beyond our adopted land use map that, did have density increase throughout the city, but had, land use designations that we decided on.
Well, I think that was discussed at the Planning Commission some, and there was a difference of opinions about that by commissioners if it sort of met that level or not. And it's a matter of perspective for you all. I think that if you look at how the comp plan was structured, there was discussion about sites that were, undeveloped sites looking for more density opportunities. This site in particular there's not a tree on it. There's a degraded stream we're going to fix. This is one site that, clearing it all and building housing on it is 100% improvement for all parties involved. And so there's a discussion in your comprehensive plan about how you're going to tag sort of a bonus, right, to what ends up. And I think we said the commission meeting is, so we have essentially a 7-unit building, right? Imagine this is 4 7-unit structures. And we have within each one, there's 2 affordable units. So the question is, you say, okay, if we talked about 3 or 4 units, it's kind of the by right on a lot. Does 2 affordable justify 2 more market rate? I don't think that's been fleshed out as a policy. I think our approach to it was, look, here's something that we can build on this site, that we can get structures that fit the scale. We can make this with affordability because the added density developer can offer this affordability. And that's just a much better development than the by right scenario overall. And so is it one, should it be 6 units in the building, 7? That comes down also to how many bedrooms. We're all at 1 and 2 bedroom units now. We got away from the 4 bedrooms, was the original approach to the developer, because we're getting away from that student model into the, housing for the community. So are 3, 4 bedroom units somehow better than, I think we have what, 1s and 2, I forget the mix exactly. We have very similar number of bedrooms. You took the 3 units and 4 bedrooms times that and made it student oriented. It's not a whole lot of difference in number of people living on the site. It's really a difference in this case of the proffer for the affordability and the type of unit structure we developed.
Well, yeah, and I know
Councilor Payne,
go ahead.
Your point, I'm trying to understand your point. So you're asking, how does this, what we're actually about to perhaps approve, how does it fit with what the new comprehensive plan would have sort of foreseen for this location. Is that what you're
Correct.
getting
Our
at?
adopted future land use map, and I know there's a lot of ambiguity because, you know, we're only just beginning the zoning rewrite portion of that. But my question, I guess, is a broader philosophical one that, you know, I'm not really sure how we'll approach. But basically, you know, when we go above the land use designations that we put in our land use map, you know, what bonus or incentive program do we put in place to do that? In terms of length of affordability, AMI level, whatever we decide that looks like, and just a question of, you know, and I know this is bigger, this is a separate discussion from the specific project, but one, you know, what that standard we want to be throughout the city when we're really looking at what sort of systematic impact on affordable housing will we have as an iterative process. And then the ambiguity of we haven't defined or settled that question, and just sort of, have we reached that point here, not in terms of overall affordability and benefits to go above the land use designation that we set in our future land use map.
The one thought that I had, and I want to comment on it because I commented on it last time the issue, I think it probably is when it's coming before the Planning Commission. I frankly I would not mourn the passing of a kudzu farm, which is basically what this parcel is right now. It's an interesting / difficult site because of the water and the creek and the way that the creek flows down the rest of the street. And, you know, some parts of the street, along some of the areas, it's been covered over. And if one were to try to design that street right now, and you had the money to do it, you'd probably want to cover over the stream entirely so that you could have a wide enough street. We don't have that kind of money, I suspect. And we're at the point where, you know, the neighbors are concerned about the flow of traffic. I think the traffic study that has been done suggests that by the time this parcel would be fully, or these parcels would be fully developed, that you would get up to about 1,000 trips a day, which is sort of the point where people begin to start thinking, gee, there's a little bit of a traffic issue here. So that's not all by itself a problem. What's concerning generally is the narrowness of the street, or the fact that there's no street definition on one side. There is street definition on the other side because there's a guardrail keeping you from going into the creek, but there's not on the, I guess that would be the west side. But as I've said before, I think that when we're looking at infill projects, we have to understand that every infill project is going to have some difficulties associated with it. And the question is, are the difficulties ones that we can mitigate to an acceptable degree? Not if we were to start this project in an open field, is this the way we would want it to appear? But can we mitigate the issues? And I think that one of the things that we're going to have to decide if we approve this project, we should not be surprised if neighbors and folks in the area come to us and say, you know, we've got a real problem on Valley Road Extended. And at some point, the city, I think, if the city approves a project like this, the city is likely to feel that we're quite fairly being asked to fix a problem that we may well have exacerbated. So I say this all, number one, because I think on balance, I would support the project. I continue to be concerned about the state of Valley Road Extended, about its width, about the fact that in some cases the guardrail seems like it's about to fall into the creek, about the lack of definition of the street on one side. But I think that some of those are things that we're going to have to try to, and we may have to spend some city money to fix. On balance, I think that to get another 20 some units there, which admittedly is one of the places in town where there is the greatest demand for units of this general character. I think that the point that Mr. Schimpf made, the only way we're going to try to rein in landlords is if we have more housing supply. I believe that. I think that's important. And so I say all of that because I recognize there's some issues, and some of the issues may involve neighbors coming back to us and saying, we need you to spend some money over here. But that on balance, it's a doable project. And I think, I'm not going to say I'm wildly enthusiastic about it, but I think it's a good project under the circumstances. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. I don't know how other
That's
folks.
how I feel too, Mayor Snook.
So.
I agree.
So we don't have to take a vote at this point. Are there any other questions or comments from council? Do we want to move it on to the April 4th meeting for a second reading? And if so, do we want to put it on the consent agenda?
I would be fine with it being on the consent agenda.
Yes, I'm prepared to support it. I just want to be sure that I think there was some conflict about the housing voucher, whether there's 110 or 125, and but I think that this is opportunity to provide some housing, some affordable housing for city residents. So I'm supportive of it.
And so our Vice Mayor Wade, are you thinking about putting it on the consent agenda?
Yes.
About Councilor Payne, Councilor McGill?
Well, I think to me, this is one of the difficult ones, which I think is why, it's a 4-3 planning commission vote, and I see both sides. But where I'm at in terms of, what we should expect for affordability, length of affordability and other things, I'm not quite sure I'm there yet for this reaching the kind of point where this is the level we should expect from this kind of project. But I go back and forth, so I'm not fully settled.
I'm kind of in that same place. I mean,
yeah,
it's better than a kudzu patch.
Yeah.
I know we need housing. I know it's right off the increased density area and I was looking at the Flum a minute ago. I lived a couple of houses down from where this development is. So I know the area pretty well, and I do know how narrow that street is, and I know how there is no really infrastructure as far as it's kind of a forgotten little street. But at the same time, 6 houses down there versus 28 when we desperately need housing, it's really difficult to say no to that. Yes, I wish the affordability was deeper. I wish it was longer. But especially for the increase in units per, not making a lot of sense this late at night. I'm sorry.
I guess it sounds like on the agenda, but it'll probably be a relatively short conversation.
Does that work for everybody?
So not the consent agenda, just a second reading.
Right.
Correct.
And I think it would probably be, I would appreciate it perhaps if those of you who are, if anybody has second thoughts, please communicate them to other counselors and we can communicate them to Mr. Schimpf. I want this process to be open and clear and not a surprise, but I also don't want it to be just a done deal and we move on.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mayor, one other quick question. You all may have answered this when I was out, but is the 10 years part of the pro forma that you did for your finances? I mean, can it be longer? than 10 years?
I think in this situation, it would probably have to be less affordability. When the developers are doing this market rate, and you brought up a good point earlier, right? A lot of times developers will come forth like tax credit deals, and they're looking for sort of a partnership with the city on tax abatements and things like that. So the city isn't effective helping those projects, and that's okay. That's you spending money for affordable housing. But this particular case, it's all funded by the developer. So essentially, they've come forward and offered a proffer. It says the most we can put forward and build this is X number of $100,000, and anything else that they didn't feel comfortable going beyond that. So perhaps if you did if somebody wanted a longer affordability period, then you might have a higher rent offering effectively if you're a private developer trying to do this without subsidy.
Okay. So on to the next agenda, but not as a consent matter. And if folks have other thoughts, please communicate them so that we can communicate them to other folks, and so that Mr. Schimpf, among others, is not surprised. Okay. Thank you all. Last item on the regular agenda is 240 Stribling Avenue. Matt, you're on again. You and Mr. Rogers both.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you again. Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. Tonight, Council, you will be discussing two applications related to proposed development at 240 Stribling Avenue and a surrounding infrastructure needs and funding. The proposed development is located on the westernmost edge of the city and identified as tax map parcel 18A025000. Property is owned by Belmont Station LLC and represented by Charlie Armstrong. At 12 acres, this is one of the largest undeveloped properties within the city. The two applications are a request to rezone the subject property from a split zone classification of R1S residential small lot and R2 residential 2-family to PUD planned unit development with one proffer, and a request for a critical slope waiver. The applications are needed to develop 170 residential units divided between single-family attached, townhomes, and multifamily buildings at a density of 15 dwelling units per acre, with open space in the amount of 4.7 acres and the following unique characteristics and amenities: 2 single-family attached style units, approximately 69 townhome style units, 3 multifamily buildings, central to a central green, a natural trail, 4 new city standard public roads, pedestrian and vehicular access to Morgan Court, and 6 new private roads built to city private road standards. The proposed development is intended to be completed in approximately 20 phases. The proffered condition states that 15% of the dwelling units constructed shall be affordable dwelling units. Detailed information on the proffer can be found in City Council's packet. On September 14th, 2001 and November 9th, 2021, Planning Commission held meetings related to this project. Infrastructure improvements to Stribling Avenue, affordable housing, tree preservation, public connection to Morgan Court, and innovation of the design were all discussion points with the Commission. During the public hearing, many members of the public spoke. Concerns about the connection to Morgan Court and the condition of Stribling Avenue and affordable housing were the main points expressed by the public. More detail on the public's involvement and public comments can be found in your materials. Okay, this is the one. Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of both applications to City Council, subject to sidewalk improvements on Stribling Avenue being prioritized within the city's capital improvement program. This concludes staff's presentation on the rezoning and critical slope portion. I will now turn it over to the city manager's office to discuss the Stribling Avenue improvements and funding. Staff is available for questions, and the applicant is also in attendance tonight and has a short presentation.
You're on mute, Mr. Rogers.
For reminding me. Mayor and Council, you will note that the staff recommendation one is that you go forward with the Planning Commission's recommendation with respect to the project. After a lot of considerations, we do think that 170 new housing units in that location would be a benefit to the city. And the fact that 26 affordable housing units would be added would certainly be beneficial to our overall affordable housing program as well. However, we are not in a position to recommend the funding agreement offered by the developer. The developer has offered $2.9 million for sidewalks. If the city were to do the sidewalks and move them up into in the CIP. But this would be a loan, it's not a gift. And therefore it would be financed and therefore would meet the requirements of debt financing and would be held against of our bonding cap. Plus, we would have to pay back, according to the proffer by the developer, 100% of the taxes gained from that development to amortize the cost of this loan. And that's going to be difficult because currently, as you know, as we've discussed in regard to other projects, any additional increase in real estate taxes, 40% goes to school for general operations, unless that is changed. So that is another challenge. And plus, even without that, even with 100%, we're looking at a 15-year payback period. And another factor is that, as I've discussed with the general counsel, city attorney, the city does not have in place the policy infrastructure for these kinds of arrangements. Not saying it shouldn't, perhaps it should, and certainly I've been one in my career who certainly supported, as we say, doing city projects, public projects with other people's money. And that's not a bad thing. But you have to have the infrastructure in place, policies in place, so that it's clear to everyone up front. And that's something that we will work on. But at this time, there are too many unknown variables in this financing project to know, to be able to say that we should go forward with this. So we are left, if we're going to support the project, then we cannot fail to support the sidewalks on it because, as I said to staff, you can't add that many new residents to that area and that number of new cars and not add sidewalks, for the safety of the residents in that area. And that's of utmost concern in our consideration here. So we would have to go back to the CIP, include this project, find the money for it, and make it happen. But that's staff's recommendation at this point. Lisa, was there anything else you wanted to add to that? Or Matt?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
I do not either.
Could I ask what what you mean by the infrastructure necessary to support this kind of a program?
Well, in most cities, when you are considering public-private partnerships, their local government has set forth a specific policy on how how and under what circumstances such partnerships work. And I even thought that, well, if the developer wanted to just donate $2.9 million to our cause, we ought to find a way to do that. But that's not what he said. He wants to be paid back, and that's a whole different circumstance. So we would we'd have to figure out whether you as council are going to set aside the 40% for the schools from any accretion in taxes that comes from this particular project, and that would lengthen the payback period, of course. And so I think that rather than do that, the cleanest way at this time is for us to move forward with the infrastructure project funded by the city, and for us to work with city attorney and planning staff to look at ways how we can develop a public-private partnership strategy for the city so that we can take advantage of these kinds of opportunities in the future.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is whether that is a long way around to saying we're not going to do this project because there's no way we're going to find $3 million to spend in the next year to 2 years.
No, that's not our intent. I mean, because we, certainly the city needs more housing, and we support that. We would have to go in and scrub the CIP and find the money to do this project. If we're going to commit to this project, then we have to find a way to do these sidewalks.
Well, yeah, and I will say I heard a number. We got probably 20 emails today from people saying that we should not allow this project to be built until the sidewalks have already been built. And my initial question is, how would we structure that in a way so that we would make sure we didn't get screwed if the market conditions change and Mr. Armstrong says, it was a great idea 2 years ago, not going to go through with it now. Meanwhile, we spent $3 million that we were not otherwise going to spend.
Right.
And
so the city, according to the application materials, the developer plans to develop this project over 20 different development phases. We don't know the timing of those phases just yet. We won't know the timing of those phases really until the developer gets started, but phases of development do at least have to be delineated on a site plan. So we are still some time away from the developer having to delineate the section. So that is one of the variables that's unknown right now. But no matter how the project is funding, I just want everybody to understand, no matter how the project is funded, it's still a capital project that has to be reflected in the city's CIP over a course of years.
Right.
And the source of funding will either be money that is currently available, such as money you're not spending on the parking garage or West Main Street, which is there and could cover this. Or it could be some other source of funding that you develop as you go along. But the city, once this gets put into the capital improvements program, has some amount of time to complete it and to determine what the specific timing would be. And I will also say that it has long been known by the city that Stribling sits in the middle of a larger area in which a number of transportation-related improvements are necessary, including additional pedestrian facilities. So while the proposed development is sort of holding the city's feet to the fire in terms of finally moving forward with some project in this area, it is not a project that is without a demonstrated need for many, many years. And so at any rate, the project would need to be added to the CIP. You could either add it to the CIP for fiscal year 23 and then the 4 additional years following that, or you could add it in for fiscal year 24. You could add it in next year with funding for that year and the following 4 years. But at any rate, over a 5-year period in which it would be developed, certainly the developer would be started by that point if he's going to continue with the development.
Right. And one of the reasons that I was not impressed with the payback option was that I couldn't see a consistent, clear amortization schedule. If you are doing 20 different phases, yeah, I'm trying to figure out when do I get paid from the taxes and what do I have to pay you during that period of time. Amortization schedules go from payment 1 to the end, and they're clear and predictable, and you know what you are required to pay back. And so I just think that the whole project at this time, the way it was structured, just did not position us to take advantage of the interest of this developer making this loan to the city.
I actually have a question about the affordable housing proffer. Unless anybody else wants to talk more about the sidewalk piece. I don't want to.
Yeah, I do at some point, but I could come back to it. Go ahead, Sina.
Well, what I want to make sure of on this affordable housing proffer, and this is based on something I heard about 6 months ago about another issue, but I just want to make sure that down the road, when this affordable housing is being built, because this is amazing and wonderful, and I'm assuming this is coming through with a partnership with a nonprofit to be able to get this deep affordability. But I want to also be clear that that the city is not going to be then paying for the affordable housing later. That we are not going to be asked for the CAF to now bring forward $2 or $3 million to then pay for this affordable housing. I just putting this on the record that this concerns me. I mean,
so everyone needs to remember that while a proffer does not require that, this is similar to the question for the prior application. There's nothing in this proffer statement that requires the city to fund any of the housing. And the implication is that if it's proffered, somebody else is going to make sure that obligation is satisfied. But to the extent that someone else is going to be developing the affordable units, there's also nothing in this proffer that precludes someone else from seeking CAF funding. And so it's up to the city if it wishes to establish a policy relating to units that are within a development that proffered affordable units, you'll have to establish that policy in your CAF if that's what you want to carry through with.
Ms. Robertson, to be clear, that's not at all what's being put forward right now with this project, right? There's no notion of the CAF being, this is purely proffered, correct?
Correct. You are just looking at a proffer development, a proffer development condition, and the proffers don't address at all whether this developer or a different developer will actually be constructing the affordable units, and at a later date, whether or not someone might ask you for funding associated. This is purely identifying within the development how many units are supposed to be reserved and utilized for affordable housing.
And Belmont LLC is the one that's on the hook to meet that obligation.
Well, it
If we
becomes a
sign-
zoning obligation. So if Belmont LLC sells a lot or transfers a lot to another entity, whether it's a for-profit entity, not-for-profit entity, the same zoning requirement will apply regardless of who the landowner is. So the purpose of this proffer is to establish within the boundaries of this project site how many units are supposed to be affordable and maintained affordable over a specific period of time.
Got it. And that transfers with any future sale.
Yeah.
It should, yes. It's a zoning requirement, and then what we have been asking people is to record a set of covenants so that there'll be no question for anyone who purchases from the developer who gets a zoning approval, that there are these requirements within the boundaries of the project area.
I have a question about the 2.9 million for sidewalks. Does that envision anything in terms of signaling at JPA and Stribling? Does anyone know?
No,
I don't believe it does.
and you know, the city engineer who I talked with said it could be 2.9 or it could be more. You know, I mean, it's there are some site conditions that could result in a higher cost than the 2.9.
Yeah, I drove it today, and it's definitely, I remember from door knocking several years ago how windy it is, and you've got that whole Huntley development back in there. There's a lot of housing in there already.
Right.
Was it, I'm sorry, I haven't read all of the background on this, but in terms of the need for signaling there at JPA, what has the traffic engineer said about that in terms of number of trips per day?
I don't have that with me. Does either of the staff?
Matt, I don't know if Matt has any information on that from a planning perspective. Generally, the traffic engineers don't look at things in that depth until they get to the site plan stage.
Right.
But you know, there is a really old planning study from back in 2004 that generally acknowledges that as residential development occurs in this area of the city, which is very close to development that's occurring in the county and at UVA, there were necessarily to be anticipated additional to not only vehicular traffic, but also pedestrian and bicycle traffic.
Right.
So I just want to chime in and say a few things. I thought I'm very familiar with this area from my days doing transportation planning with the county. We had some projects on the county end of this, and it was a real gnarly road there, and I think it prevented some of the county projects from getting done in that area. And just recently, Mark Lorenzoni and his group, we went, hiking there on a Sunday morning. We went there, and it hasn't changed much at all. About the pictures that we got from, I think, Beth Van Hook, that she sent, was really good to show those improvements. I think that is a couple assurances that I would like is that that again, that these affordable housings will be available, and not again, and this is going to be my mantra, for all these projects. So the planners say with the developers, y'all need to make sure that though you're going to take care of these affordable housing issues, because they're going to be asking about it, that we're not going to be asked down the road from, the Housing Authority or PHA or Habitat that, we have these projects, and if the city, if you don't pay your portion, then it won't get done. And I understand that the profit won't allow, doesn't mandate that we do it, but if it's, sometimes we're put in a position that we have to do these things if they're going to get done. So I just want to kind of get us out of that business if we can, and so that that we're trying to address these issues now as we're approving the project. But I think that before or during the project, the sidewalk and those improvements have to be done, because it is a lot of families, and it's kind of really kind of cozy now. It's a good place to walk on, particularly when in the summer, when there's not as many students around. This is a really nice place and cool place to walk. And so, and I do it quite often. So I'm just going to kind of listen now. I think that I just want the sidewalks to be done. And I think the proposal that staff came up with, it sounds really complicated, the loan thing. So I think that if we're set up for it in the future, we could do things like that. But right now, I think that if we can move some projects around with the proffered improvements, that we could get it done with as part of it. But we have to address the safety issues that the residents spoke of. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple of things. So maybe Mr. Armstrong could explain a little more in terms of the, how the affordable units are going to be funded in terms of the, I guess, implicit subsidy that's at stake here. So I guess I had assumed going into this that this whole thing was being developed by Charlie Armstrong, and they had all the sort of financing lined up to do the subsidies that would be necessary for affordable housing that was already built into it. Maybe that's not true. I'd be interested in knowing more about that. I guess for me, this project is it's very frustrating because in talking to folks on the Planning Commission this weekend, and I've spoken with Mr. Armstrong in the past, this is exactly the sort of project that we need to be doing. And the really ironic and I think interesting thing is if you read the letter from the Fry Spring Neighborhood Association, and I know a lot of the people on that board, these are not NIMBYs. These people care about the city. They don't mind density. What they don't want, and the adage, the maxim first do no harm, as we think through this, it's very hard for me to see how we can allow something like this at the back end of Stribling without making darn sure that the roads, and I think it will have to include some level of signaling there at JPA. I just can't see how it wouldn't. And 2.9 could be on the low end if you look at all the easements that may be required.
Mhm.
So I think to Ms. Robertson's point earlier, this has been a known issue for the city, that work needs to happen on Stribling for a long time. And I guess I would just say that it's disappointing and frustrating that we're at this point, because and I see why the notion of trying to fund this with a loan was a great idea, kind of a Hail Mary sort of thing, but I can see why it's very difficult and problematic on the policy side, on the debt management side, on not having the policies and procedures in place to govern that from a public-private partnership perspective. So I see that, but it's one thing for us to say, yeah, we're going to put it in the CIP, we're going to do it. The problem is city council, and the city doesn't have a really strong reputation on following through. Other things come up. It's just the normal way of things. But I'm not really sure where I'm going, except to say that this is a confusing and difficult project, because it's exactly the sort of kind of development we want to be doing, and yet I feel like we're hamstrung because of past neglect, or whatever you want to call it, in terms of prioritizing this space. So I'm at this point really leaning towards not voting for it until we get something really solid in place on how we're going to take care of those streets. That's just where I am right now.
I asked our traffic engineer, Brennan Duncan, about a lot of these questions, and I said, the main concern I have is the intersection with JPA in the present configuration. There's often a significant wait if anyone wants to get out onto JPA, particularly if they're trying to turn left, particularly in the morning rush hour. When I was out there even this afternoon trying to turn left, the biggest problem I had was that I couldn't see far enough to the right to be able to make it all as a one movement. I had to get out there and get stuck in the middle of the intersection. Fortunately, it wasn't for too long, because it was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and not at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or not at 8:30 in the morning. So I had asked, is there anything the city could do with that intersection that could make the situation better? And Mr. Duncan responded, not particularly for the AM peak. The main issue with turning left onto JPA at that time is the volume of traffic, not necessarily the configuration, though the offset with Robertson Avenue doesn't help. The city does have plans to modify the intersection with some bump outs, moving the crosswalk, adding a turn lane from JPA onto Robertson Avenue. If I'm remembering correctly, the traffic study would recommend the developer should install a turn lane onto Stribling as well. Based on the traffic study that was completed as part of the development proposal, a 3/4-way stop, I'm not quite sure what that refers to, would not be warranted, but that would be the next step that we would look at if and when the development was built and we could see the actual traffic conditions instead of just the projections. We would be just at the minimum distance requirement to add a signal, but based on the projections, we are not even close to meeting the criteria for that. That could change if there's significant development on the county portion of Stribling in the future. So all of that suggests that we're not likely to end up with a traffic signal at that intersection anytime, certainly anytime in the future. My biggest concern with the layout of things is that intersection, is that turn. One of the reasons I went back there today was that, having gotten all these emails, I wanted to be able to really sort of look at it all one more time with the criticisms and the complaints in mind. And I think that I understand from the presentation Mr. Dawson gave us a few months ago that most of those objections would be dealt with for the $3 million or so. And I fully understand that his estimate of $2.9 million, he said, was probably low. Accept that. Okay, maybe it's going to be 3.5. I don't know, but that's a reality. It is also a reality, by the way, that kind of improvement is never going to be made unless we've got a project like this. Because if you follow the model of the strong towns movement, where they really emphasize that cities just can't take on more infrastructure improvements unless they can point to additional tax revenues that are going to come from those infrastructure improvements that will pay for those infrastructure improvements. The practical matter is, if we're only going to have 25 or 40 or whatever the number of units would be by right in there, we're not going to be able to amortize the $3 million worth of cost, no matter who pays for it, whether it's Mr. Armstrong or whether it's a city. It's just not going to be able to be spread across enough units to make it economically worthwhile to be done. And so the neighbors who are wanting to have the improvements along Stribling, to want to have sidewalks, to have wider streets, whatever, to have the pedestrian and bike safety issues that are resolved, those will never happen unless we have this kind of density. Now, to me, the question therefore is, how do we end up with not having to end up holding the bag? If, you know, every time I walk out on the downtown mall and I look up at the hotel that never got finished because the economy went south at the wrong time and the financing fell through and somebody went bankrupt, a couple somebodies went bankrupt, I recognize what, just how much potential there is for that kind of economic uncertainty. And if we're talking about a project of 3 or 4 or 5 years duration, what's the likelihood that we end up spending $3 million or more on all these improvements, and in fact, the project doesn't get built? And we're stuck with a big chunk of money that we've already paid out and that we have engaged in what some would suggest would be an intellectually dishonest exercise of bumping one project ahead of everything else, just to be able to build it. I can't tell you how many people have projects that they have been backing on this authorized but not issued list for 5 years or more, who are sitting there thinking, why would this jump to the head of the list over any of a number of other projects? Over, for example, the Tonsler renovations that are the subject of a public meeting in this week. That's a $2 or $3 million project that we've never found the money for. I mean, I don't know what the thought was when it was passed years ago. It was before my time on council. That's how long people have been waiting for it. How do we jump that ahead? How do we jump this ahead of that? So I'm frankly, one of the reasons why I was looking for the notion of the loan and the payback and so on was because it would allow us to avoid some of those kinds of very difficult conversations. Yes, it gets added to our other ratios and so on, but in terms of actual money, actual dollars that we're going to be spending, that becomes that's not the issue. So I'm really torn by the city manager's suggestion that we should figure out somehow that we're going to find $3 million in the next year or two's worth of capital budgets to be able to bump this thing all ahead. That, and substantively, my problem with the project is only the turn up at the top by JPA. I'm not bothered by the other issues. I am bothered by that, but I'm also bothered by this broader financial problem. So
I hear you, Mr. Mayor, and I can say that I think that, of course, the project is important. It adds to revenue. It contributes to additional housing and affordable housing in the city. I would still ask you not to approve the proffer tonight.
Well, we can't in any event. It's a first reading.
Yeah. To give me an opportunity to pursue this and see if we can get comfortable with a set of metrics that that gives us a clear path to payment and that kind of thing. And the other issue is that the council is going to have to face is, are we talking about the developer wants 100% of the revenue during this period? That's another decision that council will have to make. Remember, any revenue we've been doing 40%, the city's been doing 40% for school operations for a number of years. And I know that we've challenged that in discussions about the school configuration projects. You can't spend the money twice is what I'm saying. But if we can find a path to get there, I'm certainly prepared to recommend it. You know, I don't, like I said, I don't mind taking other people's money.
I would also, in the proffer, I would appreciate an actual definition of what is meant by low and moderate income. Just because when you look for definitions of what is considered low and what is considered a moderate income, they can vary. Depending whether it's federal, I mean, I was just searching online very quickly while we were here just to get a good range, and it can be anywhere. Some cases consider low income 80% of AMI.
I believe they define it as 60% AMI, which in Charlottesville is like 56,000 in annual income for a family of 4.
I only see what I saw was that 30% of its gross income for housing costs, provided the annual gross income of household occupant is 60% or less of the area median income. But then it goes down later and talks about, I just want consistent language. If that's what it is, less, 60% or lower, I just want that repeated versus where it says low or moderate. That 30% will be rent to low and moderate income households, and 30% will be required for affordable dwelling unit shall be reserved for home ownership by low and moderate income households. I think if that is 60% or lower, it just needs to be repeated there. So it's just clear.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. So could you please sort of state again what you're wanting the city manager to do? Are you wanting him to see if there's a way to rejigger the CIP to sort of prioritize this, or are you asking him to rethink the loan?
Well, I mean, my first preference would be to see if we could figure out whatever would need to happen to make the loan idea satisfactory to him, to the city attorney, to the people who would actually have to implement it. And I mean, if the answer is no, we've looked at it and we've looked at it and we've looked at it and there's no possible way, okay, I will accept their experience and their competence, and then we'll have to figure something else out. I just don't see a clear way forward without doing that, given the other issues that I've got. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm thinking about. Mr. Armstrong has sat here very patiently while we've been talking about his project, hearing the concerns that we've expressed, understanding that we don't need the whole PowerPoint. Is there anything that you want to say in response to the kinds of issues we've been raising?
Well, thank you all. I'm Charlie Armstrong with Southern Development, and I think you're right. I'll skip the PowerPoint, even though it was only 6 slides, and talk to the main issue. We need to make some decisions in our world here. We've been working on this project for 3 years. We started out looking at what it would be by right, and that is 46 or so large single family lots, some of them approaching an acre in size. They would be beautiful, but affordable for very few, definitely marketable. When we looked at an R2 zoning version of it, which was similarly boring, I guess is the right word, and didn't meet a lot of the city goals. We didn't like it, the neighbors didn't like it, the planning commission didn't like it. That would have been about 64 lots. And the key with by right, keep in mind, is there's no proffers, there's nothing that comes with it. It's straightforward. for everybody, but doesn't bring the benefits. So then we went to this PUD concept and found pretty wide support for the idea and for the project. And we're excited about that. And so the intent of the, and I've been referring to it as more of a version of a TIF, a tax increment financing, because it's an odd version of a loan where we provide the funds and then we provide the funds again to pay ourselves back through tax revenues that the project creates. You know, those tax revenues from the project don't exist right now. The project will create them to pay for the sidewalks. Our intent there and the overriding theme is to demonstrate our commitment to making sure that those sidewalks can get built one way or another. It's important. The neighbors are right. The sidewalks should have been there a decade ago, I think. But they're not right now. And now is an opportunity to do something about that. So whether the city has a better mechanism for how those funds flow or just doesn't want to be involved in the administration of this kind of version of a TIF at all, I get it. That's okay with us. And I can't believe I'm advocating for you all to take our $2.9 million. But I am. And because I think it provides the assurances that you're referring to, Mr. Mayor. It's our money that's at risk until we provide the tax revenue from the project to pay it back. Again, if that just doesn't work, that's fine with us. I hope that kind of speaks to our goals with it and our commitment to find a way to make it happen. We do need to move something forward. We've been working for a long time and trying to kind of find the best way to tackle this. And maybe we got a little bit too complicated in that method, but we haven't been able to find anything else that accomplishes all those same things. So we at least need to know that the project has support, that there's something there at the end of this very long tunnel. Are we open to working with the city manager's office and the city attorney continually to make this agreement as good as it can be for the city? Absolutely. That's what we've been doing. And even if you voted yes to both of those things tonight, and the city manager and city attorney came and said, hey, we have some ideas, absolutely, we would be open to those and make those changes. At the end of the day, it's the same for us. We want to provide those funds for the sidewalks. I hope that helps. And if there's specific questions, I'm certainly here.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, Mr. Armstrong, I do appreciate your flexibility and your willingness, your desire to get this done. It is a difficult circle to square. Could you say a little more about your thoughts in terms of how will Belmont LLC sort of do the whole development? Are you going to sort of parse some of that out? Are you able to speak to that at this point?
Sure. So I think council should always keep in mind with any project that real estate is a commodity that trades hands every once in a while. Sometimes that's planned and sometimes it's not planned. But right now our plan is to develop this whole site ourselves. There are kind of two predominant housing types in there. One is a townhouse and one is either apartment or condo. Townhouses we do well, apartments and condos we probably want a partner or an investor to work with us on because it's not our bread and butter. So whether that looks like a sale or whether we bring an investor in, I don't know how that looks in the end, but we want to stay involved. The other part of it is the affordable units, and I'll answer Councilor McGill's question a little bit too. We usually work with nonprofit partners on the affordable housing that we do. We've done a lot of it in the city in projects similar to this. Habitat for Humanity is one we've worked a lot with in the past. I want to work with the Land Trust as well. They have a great model. Any opportunity we can find to use that model, I'd like to. And so they would participate in the construction of the affordable units themselves. talking to how that money flows, those organizations do ask the city for operating funds and all kinds of things through CAHF. I don't know. Recent history, I don't pay attention to their funding models, but we would not come back to the city and ask for anything for these affordable units. We are providing whatever needs to be provided to make that happen. Of course, the affordable housing partners, the nonprofits also bring in federal funds and donations from private individuals and really any money they can find. So there may be some amount of funds from other places, but our obligation is to produce those units.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I appreciate it.
And I do want to clarify that when it says later on in the lower moderate, it is still referring to the 60% AMI.
Yes, and I see where you're saying, and we can work with.
I just want consistent language. That's all,
Yep.
so that it's
I made a
clearly
note
defined.
that we should probably define lower moderate income in that 1A definition there somewhere, but we can work with Ms. Robertson about that and make sure.
I figured that wasn't a hard, just again, it's because low and moderate can mean different things. And it's just one extra level of potential confusion later when someone says, hey, but I thought this was happening. Because that's what I interpret lower moderate to versus the number.
Okay.
And I don't have a question, but just, the comment I have is, in a lot of ways, it seems like it could be an easy no-brainer decision. And the fact that the city will make money, this area will call for medium intensity residential, you're getting partnership with a nonprofit, 60% AMI, all that. The only concern I have is just the budget situation, right? With the budget being maxed out, as we saw earlier tonight, even if we increase real estate taxes by 8 cents in a step or 7 cents all at once, we're going to be maxed out. So even though it'll make sense and be a no-brainer long-term, it's creating a short-term problem and short-term trade-offs. And that is the one challenge I see, is just because our budget is going to be maxed out, that means if we're putting $3 million in our CIP, obviously that's going to mean in the short term that comes at the expense of that $3 million being able to go to schools or full affordable housing projects such as PHA's, Park Street ones, which are unfunded. And that's the challenge I see, is that something that should be a no-brainer long-term, we've have some pretty difficult, steep trade-offs because of our short-term budget situation. And I'm not sure how we navigate that. I thought maybe if there's a surplus, we could allocate it to this, but that's still going to come at the expense of that immediate investment in schools or housing. Maybe, and I accept it may just not be feasible, but the one benefit I could see from a loan is or some equivalent tax increment, is just that maybe because it's delaying the short-term upfront cost, we give ourselves a little breathing room to not deal with the trade-off. But, as we saw in our budget situation, depending on that, the timing still may not really work. And anyway, that's the challenge I see, again, is the short-term trade-off causing us to be in a position where it's difficult for me to find a path for how we make a decision that in a longer-term time horizon is a no-brainer.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that clearly Mr. Armstrong and I and the city attorney need to have a conversation. And so if we can get through this, I suppose there's an option to keep the pressure on us, is that you could approve on first reading, and then we come back for further discussion on second reading, and hopefully we can tell you that it's all worked out.
Well, we don't have to officially approve it. We have to simply say, let's pass it on to the April 4th meeting for a second reading. Clearly, It's not going to be on the consent agenda.
Right. Okay.
Does that sound reasonable to folks?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, I just got a message from somebody saying our streaming service isn't working. I don't know if that's true or not. But I mean,
It came through to the council email address.
just wanted to let David know this.
Did something time out?
Everything should still be running at the moment, but I am looking into it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. While he's doing that, let's see, I guess that's it for our regular agenda. Are there any items? There are no items for general business discussion, I take it. Any other business
Could I ask
items for consideration?
Is it true that we have a retreat set up for week after next? Is that right? Am I
April
just
1st and 2nd?
April 2nd.
just April 2nd or April 1st as well?
It's April
I think it's a 2-day retreat.
Yeah,
first and
Friday,
second.
Saturday.
Mhm.
And will who will be setting the agenda for that? Will that be you, Mr. Mayor, with Mr. Rogers, or should we send you some ideas, or how does
Well,
that normally work?
we haven't really talked about
Talk
it.
about
Maybe,
it, yeah.
maybe
Ms.
Mr.
Marshall
Rogers,
has
you
been
and I need to
working with-
talk tomorrow about that. That's part of our post-meeting debrief.
Why don't we do that? Yeah.
Okay, so if you've got some ideas, send them on to me and with Mr. Rogers and I'll discuss them.
Okay, thank you.
I want to make sure we're talking about things that y'all want to be talking about.
Right.
Okay. Counselors, anything else to follow up with management over? Hearing nothing. We're now at the final speaking opportunity for members of the public. Speakers will have up to 3 minutes. You may join the speaker queue by selecting the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar or pressing *9 if you have joined us by phone. Mr. Dillahunt, if you're not too busy trying to track down the streaming service.
We have one raised hand. I imagine we might have a few more as well. Joy Johnson will be first. Joy, you are back on with council.
Thank you. My name is Joy Johnson. I'm a housing advocate, public housing resident. I just want to say that in my humble opinion, the way I see proffers, it's like a legalized extortion. With that said, most developers, whenever it comes down to building true affordable housing, like from 0 to 50%, they usually put the money in the proffer. I've had several conversations with Mr. Armstrong about investing in affordable housing, and he tell me it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work to be able to build extremely affordable housing. This is why I am asking. I don't know if you all listen to me when I get on here, but I'm asking that we define affordable housing. We need to find it. 60% of the AMI and 80% of the AMI is for one population, but there's another population that get left out and cannot afford. Even with the Dairy Central met with the 10th and Page neighborhood and told them that they would have affordable housing in it. Well, people with vouchers can't even rent it because they can't qualify, because they can't afford $1,300 rent. You have to put a spotlight on what is truly happening about affordable housing for deeply affordable. It's not working, not even with the vouchers. Please, you all have to listen. If you can't listen to me, then we will just have to figure out another way to make you all pay attention. It is not happening. Deeply affordable housing for people with a voucher and people who make $12,000 a year is not happening. It is just not happening. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Our next speaker is Ange Khan, and you're back on with council.
Thanks. I wasn't intending on listening to the rest of the meeting, but I'm glad I did. There's a really big problem, and there's really something that you all are missing here. And it speaks to the point of Ms. Joy's comment. Affordability does not mean accessibility, right? When we're talking about these developers, they're saying, oh, this percentage, and it's up to the landlords. The landlords use a screening mechanism that is discriminatory against folks who have not the best credit, may have some income guidelines, may have rental history from private landlords. These things are discriminatory practices that these landlords in the community continuously use in developments that are already existing now. Why are we even considering? You can build your own sidewalks, defund the police, you'll have some money. Do the same thing with education and housing, you'll have some money. But what I'm saying is you absolutely have to pay attention to how these developers are speaking to you all, right? Oh, well, if you do this, you can get a sidewalk. Whoa, no, that's not the case. What they're doing is saying, okay, we're going to give these units, but these folks who have the vouchers, who are of low wealth, may already have these barriers up against them. They're not going to qualify. So they're only serving a certain demographic. I don't know how you all keep missing this with every single development, right? With every single development, regardless of if somebody has a housing voucher, they're still not going to qualify. The possibility is there that they're still not going to qualify. So then now you're aiding in the unhoused population, right? So then there's a different issue. So it's just a repeated cycle. At some point, you all have to say, let's figure out, let's ask this question, who is going to be doing the screening for these developments? What are their criteria? What mechanisms are they using? Mallside does it. I've done my research. Mallside does it. Wade Rentals does it. Wilton Farms does it. I mean, I could go on with the list, but I don't have time to pull it up because I'm in bed. But what I'm saying is I'm saying exactly what I just said. You all have to take into consideration who they're using, the landlords are using to screen the applicants, whether they have a voucher or not. But more importantly, when they have a voucher and are low wealth. And then they're coming to you asking for whatever they're asking for, and then putting it on other nonprofits to come to city council to ask for money. It's not okay. It's not okay. You all are missing something very, very critical here in housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
Next speaker is William Abrahamson. William, you're back on with council.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your stamina and your attention. I want to reinforce a few of the points that you all have brought up to each other. I want to thank Mr. Pinkston for recognizing that the neighborhood association, neighbor residents are not against density. We are not against this project. What we are against is a lack of trust in our communities with city governance. That is kind of the crux of our situation. That we want homes for our friends and our family, and we want them close to us. We don't want to have them drive into the city. But we also want our kids to be safe as they walk down the street to visit those friends. Now, I don't know, I'm not in a position to say how we can fund these in what sequence. And I'm also was really glad to hear one of the comments about how to keep the pressure on ourselves for the next month. As a neighborhood association, well, as an individual, I will work to support a resolution. If Mrs. Robertson and Mr. Rogers' office can work with the developer to revise an acceptable loan agreement, great. If it means that there's a way to walk it back to an initial cash proffer that meets the city's needs to help this process go forward, great. I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm glad we have a little more time to talk about it. And I'm really glad that there's some good minds here and some energy. So my last comment is quantity is not going to solve affordability in our city. I have my own opinions on and facts on the topic, but I think the two ladies who spoke just before me spoke well to it. And I hope that you take action on their words. Thank you for your attention again. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Abrahamson.
There are no additional raised hands.
All right. In that case, we've reached the end of our agenda. Any reason we shouldn't adjourn? It's only 11:34. We have another 26 minutes to go yet. Just
Good night.
kidding, folks. Thank you all. See you in a couple days.
2 days, right?
Yeah, thanks, everyone. Good night.